When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
I'm back. We have a freedom convoy to discuss. Going free lesson of the day. We're going to talk about the biggest impediment to white well-being. White power, pathologically fixated, thuggish cultists, and some doxing that we predicted. And now good, brave men and women are facing. We'll talk about that a bit, as well as some anti-whiteism and the anti-white narrative. And finally, another huge victory for us in service to white well-being. It just doesn't end, even when we're sick. Prometheus Rising updates, your comments, and maybe your calls, depending upon how I'm feeling. And for all of you adult children out there watching or listening with your parents or guardians, why do ants never get sick? Well, because they have such cute little antibodies. And we are live, 5 p.m. Washington, D.C., 7 in Sydney, I guess, 10 in London, and nearly midnight in Moscow. Going free with every single one of you. Wonderful to see you all. Going to put forward as much energy as we have today. How's the mic? How's the sound coming through? Can we, I guess folks can hear me. I see TJ's here. Talked about the antibodies that I just shared with you all. Hey, if you have a comment or question that you would like to make over the course of the gathering today, make sure you jump on over to Entropy, which should be up and running in seconds. And it is indeed up and running now. You can financially gift there as well at a cost of 15% to you. If you ask any questions or comments, it'll be posted into the question widget. They will stay there unless you or I delete them. I'll be looking for them and happy to see everybody who shows up there. Otherwise, you'll be able to comment or ask questions. Tag me, though, on YouTube, on Odyssey, on D Live, on the different platforms that we are on, and I'll keep an eye out for those things, as is always the case. You may financially gift by way of Cash App as well. The URLs for both Entropy and Cash App are in the description below. You may even financially gift over on Odyssey, and I will be keeping an eye out over there for those financial gifts. A big hello to those who are there. You can financially gift in their weird little library tokens or in good old American greenbacks. And a big hello to everybody. I see the great Brant Danger and Like Comedies and Space Hopper and so many great folks. There's the great Biospirit of the West. Jason, you look marvelous. Not like you've been sick for a week. Oh, my friend, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I guess it's coming up on 2 weeks now. I was actually 2 weeks ago on PWR. I was struggling. I was faking it that I was okay. The great Brand Danger is with us. You all know that. You're hard workers. That's why you showed up here in service to white well-being, because here you have to do the work of changing the world. You don't get to just sit back and be entertained by somebody who's much more entertaining than I am, or you don't get to just sit back and hear about some doom documentation or some novelty takes or some doom dissection. No, you folks have stepped up here because you are the type that make a difference in the world. Hey, one other thing that you all can do is that you can financially gift with cryptocurrency. And I do know, and we talked about the falling cryptocurrency long before it has fallen this far. But you can still do a good bit of good with cryptocurrencies. You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. You click on the financial gift tab, and you will be presented there with a snail mail address, and you will be presented with different cryptocurrency wallets that you can financially gift to. And we do deeply appreciate every financial gift, whether it's by way of a cryptocurrency, and I will, of course, attend to every single one. A dear thank you to everyone. It's been pretty dry over there. I think people have been watching the plummeting values on some of the cryptocurrencies. It's understandable, but look forward to that as well. And thank you all so very much for being here. And thank you. I want to start off right at the beginning and thank everybody for the well wishes. I'm not going to say confirm or deny that I am positive or was positive or whatever for COVID-19. If you all remember when COVID-19 was first being talked about, this pandemic heading around the world, and I went on a trip to the UK because I had told my friend Mark that I would go there. I would be the keynote speaker, and I had ancestors. We all have ancestors that have marched barefoot, that have starved, that have survived, that have triumphed, and they struggled with much worse than this or that pandemic. And even though there were videos of people doing face plants and all of that sort of business at the time, I said, I'm going to go, and showed up there. I came back here, and I don't know if you all remember, but I made a couple of videos. Some of them were as short as 60 seconds, where I said that I was quarantining and I still showed no signs of COVID-19. So I declared that I did not have COVID-19, at which point YouTube, the wonderful anti-whites at YouTube, gave the channel a strike for disseminating fake news on that video. Yes, indeed. They said it was fake news, I guess, that I did not have COVID-19, and gave the channel a strike, which of course was problematic. So I'm not going to say one way or the other. They've got those anti-whites, they're just looking for anything. What can we say? What can we give him a strike for? So maybe I've had COVID, maybe I haven't, but I have had some very strange symptoms, along with some normal symptoms, I guess, when one is very ill, like not being able to sit upright for more than about 60, 120 seconds, and extreme fatigue, and a lot of the difficulties. Some other things, like my pupils stopped working for a day. I thought maybe that might have something to do with medication. I thought maybe that might have something to do with some medication, but I might not. It might have been something else. But yeah, the pupils stopped working for a day. So what I mean by that is, they weren't doing that thing where they get bigger and smaller. They just decided to just hang out at one size, and it made vision interesting. I also had one of those sneezes where have you had one of those where you don't get, very rare, you don't get the warning that you're about to sneeze. Sometimes you get the warning but no sneeze, right? But this was one of those times where there was just no warning. It was just like, and I was lying on my side on the bed, right on the edge of the bed, and I just had one of those, and I opened up my eyes like, oh my gosh, and I opened up my eyes, they were blurry, and it looked like Jackson Pollock had come into the room and just decided to do one of his masterpieces of crap on the wall. It was just blood everywhere, all over the wall. And it was a mess. There were specks, there were stripes, there was a mess. Never had that before. And believe it or not, I actually said out loud the old cliche, well, you don't see that every day. And there was blood across the wall. So I had to clean that up, which wasn't fun. And then I've been having those moments where can't get oxygen. And that's a strange thing. To be huffing and puffing and trying to get air, but we're fine. At least we're gonna fake it, and we're gonna hang out. We're gonna go free as long as we can. So apologize for not being around while sick, and a big heartfelt thank you to every single one of you who reached out with well wishes, positive energy, good vibes, prayers, and I really appreciate it. I felt every single bit of it. So thank you all so very much. I also want to point out right as the beginning here, we're going to be talking about some of these pathologically fixating cultists, and that there's one, at least one right now, and we think we know exactly who he is. But nonetheless, he is imitating, he is pretending to be, in some cases, Carlisle Cockatoo. And in other cases, he is creating accounts, pretending to be her. Also, in some cases, pretending to be close to her or privy to some inside information or something of this nature. And he's reaching out to people and he's making comments. She's not going to be reaching out to anybody. And certainly not going to be reaching out with some sort of inside information. So if anybody reaches out to you, doing with pretending to be her or with inside information or something of this nature, this is an antique nationalist. This is some dirtbag. And like I said, we're going to be talking about these white power, these cultists a little bit later in the gathering today. And this is just another example. So if they show up and they are saying crazy things to you and it looks like it's Carlisle, it's not. So just if you would ignore, block, tell that person to go to hell, and then let everybody else know, hey, here's the name of the account that is pretending to be Carlisle or pretending to be in some way connected or something of that nature. So let's get rolling, and I'll mention that again toward the end of the gathering, just to make sure we get everybody knowledgeable of what exactly is happening. Now, we have to talk about the Freedom Convoy, why Canadian truckers are protesting in Ottawa. And I want to thank Carlisle for these news stories, and we're going to take a look at really quickly. I'm just pulling the other ones up, running a little bit tight on time because of the extra things that I had to do, like blow my nose until my face came off, and then I had to put it back on. So whatever this is, eating the inside of my face out of me. Here we go. Why not? Why not? It's 2022 and it's sickness. Freedom Convoy, why Canadian truckers are protesting in Ottawa. And this is by Jessica Murphy. over at the BBC in Toronto. Let's see what they had to say. And I will be checking in with you all more intermittently right here at the beginning, since we did have a week off. We have White America over in the question widget. Said, hello, brother. Your opinion of those who say we need to have a PhD in order to win an argument for white well-being. An academic told me working class, I guess, people do not need to have talent to do it. An academic told me working class do not have the talent to do it. Well, that person is an asshole, quite frankly. I've faced this, and I've talked about this, and thank you very much, White America, for the question. No, these academic peacocks have kept me, it's been one of the groups that have kept me out of spreading the curative contagion, which is working tremendously, which is working even when, as the great Fernald was alluding to, I think it was Fernald, even while I'm sick and I'm fighting the Grim Reaper off at the bedroom door, the curative contagion is spreading and it's working, and we're having victory after victory, huge victories. Some we can talk about, some we can't talk about. But nonetheless, at least talk about just yet, because they're still in the works. Nevertheless, having huge successes, but over the years have faced these academic peacocks who have said from their I guess ivory towers that, hey, you're not, which are always, their ivory towers are mighty short, though, I might add. They've said, oh, no, you can't use your, and I got to just say this as an aside really quick. There's a group out there that is actually saying, been aware of me for at least 5 years, aware of me, like knows 100% about me for 5 years, and is busily saying they need to come up. We need our own vernacular. Look you straight to hell is what I have to say. They said, we need our own vernacular. We got to come up with our own vernacular. Straight to hell with you all. That is absolutely ridiculous. Here we are doing hard. Thank you, brother. The great sloths in there first out of everybody with the call about the muting. I guess I'm throwing electric. Did I even touch the microphone? I'll keep an eye on it. The academic peacocks is where we were, and they have kept me out of meeting after meeting, conference after conference, opportunities to speak after opportunities to speak to spread the lexicon. And I was just, I don't know if the mic was silenced then or not, but there was also the what I mentioned was that there's a group out there that has been well aware of me and us and the work that we're doing for over 5 years. And they're talking about how we need to come up with our own lexicon. We need to come up with our own language. What a joke. What an absolute joke. What an insult to me. I've hardly, I mean, it's just unbelievable. And it's one of the big challenges that we face. But to sum up the academic peacock scenario, yeah, they've come forward and they've said, no, we're only going to be taken legitimately. We're only going to be taken seriously if we use the language that the anti-white professors give us to use. And Jason, you don't use that language, so you are not going to be allowed to speak. And everywhere I went, what is going on with this thing? Everywhere I went, I had to be careful about what I touch with all the electricity I'm throwing. Everywhere I went, them endeavoring to shut me down by saying that they can't we're not going to be taken seriously if we're not speaking with their anti-white language. And so that's what you're facing, brother. And what I would say to you is you absolutely are not only going to be able to advance white well-being on par with any academic, but you're going to be able to do it infinitely better. Why? Because the majority of academics are going to think that they need to be as abstruse as possible when they're speaking to people in order to be legitimate, whereas you are going to be using proven tools in the service to white well-being. When you have your conversations with people, you're going to know that it's about seeding these powerful lexical tools while you're having these conversations with folks about the things going on around the world, these different stories, like we're talking about the Freedom Convoy today. You're going to be able to talk about these things. You're going to be able to drop some of those concepts, and you're going to be able to keep rolling as the convoy is rolling all the way to the reclamation of our destiny. But yeah, I'm going to remember, I do remember all of the academics, well, everyone, of course, but them as well, who have endeavored to keep me and therefore white well-being away from folks in the white sympathetic sphere. And when the day comes and they say, "Can we have you come speak, please?" I will say, "Hell no." After a week-long drive across Canada, a convoy of big rigs has arrived in the national capital. You all are going to, how are we going to do this? Because how am I going to see that I don't watch myself while I'm streaming? So how am I going to see that I've been muted? Maybe I fix it. I guess if I go quiet again, hopefully it's just the mic and it's not my voice is gone from the non-COVID or the COVID that I have, or whatever it might be. We'll see. I'm going to try to keep an eye on it, but we'll see. The national capital of protest vaccine mandates and COVID-19 measures. Organizers insist it will be peaceful, but police say they're prepared for trouble. What horse shit. There isn't going to be any trouble unless undercover police officers start the trouble. Everybody knows that when it comes to this sort of thing. These are a bunch of, these are like the blood and the sinew of the West. These are the almost 100% white working class folks, and they just want to be able to live their lives, watch their sports ball or sports puck or whatever it is up there. And there are plenty of Americans involved in this as well. They just want to be able to do that, live their life, pay their bills, and giggle at some stupid vacuous comedy or something on television. And you have these anti-whites that keep intruding into their lives, and they want no more of it. So they're standing up and they're saying enough is enough. And of course, the anti-whites and the anti-white narrative are going to paint this to be something very different than it is. But we're going to keep moving so we stay on track here. It's been dubbed, types Jessica over here. Which one is this again? Oh, this is the BBC. So this is a bunch of good anti-white bastards. Jessica. Little cupcake making her six figures. I'm sure she's worth it. It's been dubbed the Freedom Convoy. The movement was sparked by a vaccine mandate for truckers crossing the U.S.-Canada border, implemented by the prime jackass Justine, a liberal government, anti-white government, earlier this month. Upset with the new measures that would require unvaccinated Canadian truckers crossing the two nations' boundary to quarantine once they've returned home. Yeah, that might be a problem when it comes to shipping and trucking and all of that sort of thing, right? That might be problematic to have to quarantine, right? Maybe it might also be problematic to have a government force something onto your body that you don't want. That's problematic, but it's okay. Now you watch Jessica here and Justine, they'll get together and immediately switch course when a group takes power in their country that isn't as anti-white as they are, and they want to continue vaccine mandates, then all of a sudden it's going to be, hold on, my body, my choice. A loose coalition of truckers and conservative groups began to organize the cross-country drive that began in Western Canada. It picked up steam and gathered support as it drove eastward. Many supporters already opposed to Justine and his politics have grown frustrated with pandemic measures they see as political overreach. Well, because it is political overreach. Cupcake. Social media and news footage show she's just so cute when she's trying to pretend to be an adult. Social media and news footage showed trucks and companion vehicles snaking along highways, cheered on by people gathered on roadsides and overpasses, often waving Canadian flags and signs disparaging Justine. A GoFundMe campaign was raised to date over a whopping $7 million from over 99,000 donors. The unusual protest even caught the attention of people outside Canada's borders. Let's see, podcaster Joe Rogan, Donald Trump Jr., the son of former U.S. president, and British comedian Russell Brand showing support. Well, what else do they say in here? A real threat of unintended consequences. See, but the police say they are concerned about how the convoy has attracted extremist rhetoric. There you have it. And some far-right groups have suggested they might also head to Ottawa. Yeah, in the anti-white narrative, anybody objecting to the anti-whites is extremist, is fringe, is far-right, etc. So it just means that you're being heretical to anti-whiteism. Share that with all of our brothers and sisters in our great country of Canada so that we can recapture our destiny there. Quote, the demonstrations this week will be unique, fluid, risky, and significant. Ottawa Police Chief Peter Slowly said on Friday, but he said it at a normal pace. Did anybody get that? Noting they are quote, massive in scale. I've heard that before. And unfortunately, they are polarizing in nature. You're polarized. You're not polarizing when you behave like an anti-white. But if you object to anti-whiteism, if you're heretical, then you're polarizing. We got it there, Mr. Slowly. He's slow up top, too. He said that police are preparing for potential parallel and counter demonstrations, and we're concerned. Wouldn't that be dumb for the anti-whites? They should get out in front of the big rigs. That's what I think. They should lay on the pavement in front of the big rigs and just see what happens. On a very inclement day, lay in front of the big rigs on a day with poor visibility. That would be the best day to do that, to object to these heretics, to anti-whiteism. Let's see. He said the police are preparing for potential parallel counter demonstrations. We're concerned about people on social media in Canada and abroad, quote, who may or may not come to the city. Okay. You're concerned about the ones who may not come to the city, but who are nonetheless inciting. Oh, here you have it. Any heresy to anti-whiteism is, and here is this slow-brained police chief saying that it is hate and violence and criminality. That's what it is. If you're objecting to anti-whiteism, it's hate, violence, and criminality. You know what we used to do, and when Canada was healthy, what we used to do with scallywag, scumbag bastards like this police chief? Well, we would tickle them to death. That's what we would do. Not literal death, of course. You just tickle them to the point that they wish they died. Organizers have called out fringe elements, urging participants to report any misbehavior. Okay, and saying that the extremists are not welcome. Well, then you're going to have to leave yourself. Police have urged locals to avoid the gridlock downtown core. Thousands of vehicles and participants are expected for a weekend of planned demonstrations. And on Saturday, the streets were crowded with vehicles and people gathering near Parliament Hill. You know where else some of these truckers could go? I'm not suggesting they do this, but they could certainly go to the neighborhoods where these power holders live and maybe just park their rigs so that there's no coming or going. That would be something that would be probably effective. I would definitely not do that or even suggest that. But if they did that for stand-up comedian purposes, it would be really funny. Canadians are broadly supportive of the vaccine mandates. Sure, once you've terrorized them into believing everything that you say about the diseases out there and the need and how the government will destroy you in your life if you don't take the vaccine. And whether that's true or not, I'm not saying that they said that. But the convoy has received some support from conservative politicians who say it's become a, quote, symbol of the fatigue and division felt in Canada 2 years into the pandemic. I think so. People are getting pretty fed up, aren't they? And while the truckers in the convoy are frustrated with COVID measures, they see as government overreach, Justine's new cross-border mandate has raised concerns for other reasons. Okay. Like many countries, Canada is dealing with a rising inflation and a supply chain already strained by the pandemic, labor shortage, and bad weather. Wait a second. How do you get labor shortages? In other words, you don't actually have labor shortages. You're just making that pretextual argument so that you can have the borders wide open to non-white countries on planet Earth. That's the actual problem. Because you're destroying business. You mean you don't have enough jobs for all the people. That's what you mean. You're just a lying SOB. Prices are on the rise. You can't have both of those together, including for food and petrol. It's been getting harder to find some products on grocery store shelves. And Canada's economy is heavily dependent on the men and women who drive the vast majority. I've got to say something before I get any further. You see what this little Jessica here, this little cupcake, 6-figure cupcake is doing. She's so cute when she pretends to be an adult. Jessica Murphy, you're so cute when you pretend to be an adult. We see what she's trying to do here, trying to conflate the protest with other things, straw man arguments. But we'll see. We have 2 other articles I'm going to briefly take a look at here at the bottom of the first hour and in just a moment. But I did want to mention that in the United States the other day, we had this Peter Buttigieg, who was on a video saying, and nobody is saying anything about this. The Republican Party, you're a conservative out there. You're a libertarian. You're a constitutionalist. You are a run-of-the-mill Republican. You're a MAGA person. Every leader of the conservative movement, content creator, elected politician, they are all anti-whites. They are all your enemies. They are all running you into the ground. They've been running the country into the ground for decades. They use tools that they know will lose in their battle with anti-whites who call themselves Democrats or woke or whatever it might be. They use tools they know will lose, and they allow people like Peter to get away saying things like what I saw him say. It may or may not be true, though, because maybe the video was fake, even though I did watch it on CNN. But check with CNN to make sure it is legit. Check with CNN and hear from other voices as well. But Peter actually said the problem with infrastructure and this, what is it, trillion whatever dollar infrastructure bill, the problem with it and spending this money is that white males get jobs. But Peter said, we are working on correcting that. This piece of shit actually said that the problem is that white males get jobs and that they're working on correcting the problem of white males getting jobs off of their tax dollars. That's the problem that Peter said. Where are all the conservative leaders? Where are all the Republican leaders coming out and saying, this is insane? This guy needs to be removed from office immediately. Saying that we have to correct the problem of white males getting jobs off their tax dollars. And Peter said, well, and the way we're going to fix this problem is that we are, what did I tell you 2 weeks ago about this? That they were going to be doling out hundreds of millions of dollars to female and non-white owned companies, many of whom will get paid to do nothing, not just boondoggle, but to do nothing. They're going to pay them just to sit and wait for something that they might have them do. Now, again, go ahead and investigate, check with CNN. Maybe I'm just an entertainer. Maybe I'm just pulling this out. I worked on the Hill. Maybe it's not true, though. But you should look into it and see if it is true. Because this is what's happening in the government of the United States. This is how bad it is. That the person who is in charge of the infrastructure in this country says that a problem that we have to overcome is that white males get jobs when we do infrastructure work. And that we're going to fix this problem. We're working on fixing the problem of white men getting jobs by making sure that the money goes to female and non-white owned companies. Presumably, then those companies, if you're fixing the problem of white men getting jobs, those companies are also not hiring white males to do construction work in the United States. Absolutely despicable. Let me see what you all are saying over here on Cash App. And we will just refresh this and see what's happening. We have, ladies and gentlemen, get your raucous emojis out. Get them out in big celebration for the one and only Sloths, who financially gifted $50 US, 50. God bless you, brother. Big salute to you, a champion through and through in many ways. He exemplifies the way that we all need to behave. We're giving our intelligence. We're giving our time. We're giving our time. We're donating all of these things. We're financially gifting our dollars. We are fully in on white well-being. And we are the ones who are going to ensure that the future looks the way we want it to look. So God bless you. We're taking the responsibility. And thank you all for celebrating. I see Dean is celebrating. The great Franklin is with us. Pearl Lady. Anglo-Saxon, thank you very much. WLK. The dear sweet lady Carlisle Cockatoo is with us. And the great Fornull is celebrating. The great Groundhog Fury is with us. Holy crap. Ladies and gentlemen, he's descended from the mountaintop. And the great Groundhog Fury is with us. Going to be doing amazing things and the more amazing work in the future. Spider, Ursa Major, Southern Bloom, so many champions. Azimuth Clark, great to see you all. Thank you for celebrating this great hero Sloths. I'm going to tell you what, we're going to be talking here in the next 30 minutes or so about these fixating white power cultist thugs who have ruined everything over the past 3 decades that I've been able to personally witness with my own eyes. And one of the things they hate most of all is you all financially gifting. And what does that tell you about them? If what they hate, one of the things they hate most of all is you all financially gifting, that tells you that the money is what has a big importance to them. That is, and what would they do with the money? I have a hunch that they would just buy a bunch of flags from World War II and then hand them out and go get a bunch of people arrested and have their lives ruined. Well, that's not what happens here. By the way, we're going to have to celebrate. We're going to celebrate it right now. Maybe we'll celebrate right now. We hit, ladies and gentlemen, in our advertisement on Gab, and I'll just tell everybody again, and these are advertisements that I've created. A passive ad in the advertising world. So we're talking about everything. Coca-Cola, we're talking about politics, we're talking about everything. A passive ad that is considered good. Like, that's good. You're doing good. It was worth the whatever, Coca-Cola millions paid for it, right? Is 0.35%. That's considered good. We hit a high watermark with one of our ads on Gab of 1.08%. 1.08% effectiveness. That is colossal. That is colossal. And we're going to continue having that kind of success in service to white well-being. Why? Because everybody in advertising knows that you've got to get in front of people again and again and again. And ultimately, we've tapped almost all the best people in the white sympathetic sphere. I mean, there's almost no one left in the white sympathetic sphere who is explicitly white sympathetic, who doesn't know what's white well-being, what's no white guilt, what's GoingFree. Almost no one left. The people that are left, they find out we're doing like as we always do. We are plucking the best out every time. The best come to us, just like ants just came to us. Obviously, guys, super bright, on the ball, demonstrating high morality, says, yeah, this GoingFree, this is the way to go. We're getting the best. The rest of them, we don't want, because we're going to be talking about some of them soon. But if you're rejecting GoingFree, it says a lot about, at this point, it says a lot about you that isn't good. Now, you can get better than you are. We want you to. But some of these folks, many of them, are not going to ever get any better. That means we've got to be out in the general population of our countries even more, in their faces, in a polite way, over and over and over, because it's that repetition. It's that repetition. There's actually something, I think I can pull it up from a little like cartoon I have from marketing. I might have some education there. And it's pretty funny. It's about sales. It's about marketing. It's about reputation. And it was perfect for me. So maybe I can find it. We'll see. But big thank you to Sloths. And let's get a big celebration for that 1.08. That's amazing. And those people were all streaming in, and they're sending messages of support. Some of them are going to have to be hit 5 times. Some of them are going to have to be hit 50 times with ads before they finally say, okay, I feel comfortable with this. I understand there's a reputation now, and it's something very different than what I stereotype from the anti-white narrative. So let's get a big round of applause for Carrie financially gifting $10 over here. Thank you so much. And she writes, thanks. Well, you are so very welcome, Carrie. We really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the financial gift, sister. And we will refresh that and make sure, of course, we're going live, and we discover that there have been all of these changes. Why is it like every time we leave, we come back and there are a bunch of tech changes? Let's roll right over, though, to Canada truckers vaccine protest spirals into calls to repeal all public health rules. What horseshit. What Bravo Sierra. Apologize there. This is from The Guardian, so nothing but a bunch of anti-white scum bags over there. And who wrote this thing? Anti-white par excellence? I don't know. Who typed away here? Leland Checo. Leland Checo. Is that how you pronounce it? So that is a straw man right in the title. Typical way that anti-whites work. Now, how would others in the white sympathetic sphere handle these straw man arguments of, well, let's see, these heretics to anti-whiteism, they don't like the vaccine mandates, and they don't like people alive. So we should probably stop them. This is how childish the anti-whites are. But you know who is worse? You know who is infantile? It's the leaders of the Republican Party, of conservative movements, it's etc. They are losers, and they've been running our people into the ground for far too long, and it's time we cut them loose. Maybe they can go pull dog sleds in Canada. I know they do the whole Iditarod thing. It would be neat. I would probably go watch that one if they had a bunch of conservative content creators pulling sleds. Maybe the dogs get to ride now. But they're so dumb, they would immediately begin arguing in favor of the straw man argument. You know they would. You know they would. Especially those older lady content creators that are conservatives or Republicans. What do they smoke? Is there some kind of weird like bath gel they use that eats the brain out of their heads? Ahead of Saturday's protest in Ottawa, Justine dismisses the group as a small fringe. And then he scurries off. They take him to a hidden location where he puts blackface on and dances on stage that holds unacceptable views. He's unacceptable views. Can you believe that he's not a man, he's a Ken doll, and everybody knows the Ken doll doesn't have a penis. So that's what Justine is. And so what we have here is speech that is, you really get to see that this is Big Sister. There's another one of these areas that I've argued against for so long, people calling it Big Brother. It's never been Big Brother. It's always been Big Sister. It's always been Big Sis. And she's big and fat, and she's a harridan, and she's disgusting in all of her smells. And even those new deodorants they keep trying to push on TV aren't going to help her. She's just gross from start to finish. And she comes out and she says, you have unacceptable views. No man would ever say that. That's why it came out of Justine's mouth. You have unacceptable views. Convoy of truckers and their supporters is set to converge on the Canadian capital in a protest which has spiraled from frustration. By the way, if you have an orifice that smells bad enough for some kind of new weird deodorant, you've got big problems. Stay in your house and don't make content. Spiraled from frustration over vaccine mandates into calls for the repeal of all public health measures and even the overthrow of the federal government. Get Leland some smelling sauce. Get him his fainting settee. His settee. Get him his fainting settee. They don't have a fainting couch. These ballless wonders. No one is calling for what garbage is this? Ahead of Saturday's protests in Ottawa, the Prime Minister, how would this read? How would Leland actually talk? And I'm afraid to get too close to the mic. You might see electricity leap, and then it'll be just silence forever. Ahead of Saturday's protests in Ottawa, the Prime Minister, Justine, the Prime Minister, maybe Prime Minister, the Prime Minister, Justine, dismissed the group as a small fringe that held unacceptable views and didn't really reflect the majority of Canadians. Hide me! Earlier this month, Canada began requiring it. What a disgrace to our great country of Canada. What a disgrace. This dickless Kindle. Earlier this month, Canada, but make no mistake though, the white women up there voting for him. But let me tell you, that just demonstrating that they're very unwell. You let a real man show up, and the healthy women will come out, and the health in a lot of women will emerge, and the really crazy ones will be driven into the sea. Like all the Medusas out there. Requiring truckers arriving from the U.S. to be fully vaccinated against coronavirus. Those who are not vaccinated, who are believed to constitute less than 15% of the country's drivers, are required to quarantine. Well, if it's so few, this is just all about Big Sister like controlling everything. Canada has recorded 2.93 million COVID cases, 32,600 deaths from the virus. This convoy. All right, we're running out of time here, but you can see here what Leland is doing, setting up a bunch of straw man arguments to delegitimize the legitimate objections of those who are heretical to anti-whiteism. The big question for you, though, is how do we, pardon me, because you know damn well and good, Jason is not doom documenting. You know damn well and good that Jason is bringing this up because we have an opportunity. There are a lot of our brothers and sisters in our wonderful country of Canada who are fed up. And you know what they need to see? They need to see signs that point out that this is anti-whiteism. They need to see signs that point out that everything they are subjected to is the anti-white narrative. They need to see signs that point out all of the white erasure taking place in their civilization. They need to see signs that point out that everything that Justine is doing is anti-white. And until Justine can defend himself against the charge of anti-whiteism, he shouldn't be allowed to legislate anymore. They need to see signs that empower them, verbiage that they can actually, that when they read it, they're going to say, oh my gosh, that's not just some one-off joke. That's not something that I won't be able to repeat because it's from some academic peacock and I'm actually working for a living, unlike the academic peacocks who've never worked a day in their lives. They need to see something that they say, oh my God, that's going to stick in my head because I'm going to beat the crap out of my brother-in-law with it, or sister-in-law with it, or mother with it, or whatever it is. And I'm going to use it to benefit me. And by selfishly benefiting me, it's a curative contagion because then it will spread to others who it will selfishly benefit. Can you see how this works? Trudeau, Justine, flees. He flees as trucker convoy enters Ottawa. But I thought it was just a small group, Justine, that didn't have, they were just, and they had unacceptable views and they were no big deal. But you're fleeing? As thousands of protesters entered Ottawa, I'm going to go ahead and run the risk. We'll see what happens. Whoa. I think I was able to grab the microphone. The normal microphone is in a hut, and we'll be talking about that a little later as we near the top of the hour. But it appears that I still am being heard, so we will proceed. We have here, as thousands of protesters entered Ottawa, Canadian Prime Minister Justine Kendall Dickless Trudeau and his family were moved from their home to an undisclosed location somewhere in the city on Saturday. We're lying, it's not in the city. But we wanted to mislead you, and we thought you were dumb enough to believe that. On Saturday afternoon, due to security concerns, CBC reports. This is Grayson Key. Grayson Key, I believe that's how it is pronounced. And so close to a good name, Grayson. I'm telling you, you were that close. A freedom convoy of some 2,700 truckers entered the Canadian capital city of Ottawa Saturday to protest Justine's COVID-19 policies, Reuters reported. According to the Independent, maybe, should I try this? Maybe this will help. I don't know. It might be too far away. Yeah, it's too far away. Saturday to protest Justine's COVID-19 policies, Reuters reported. According to the Independent, around 100 big rigs blockaded a main street running past the Canadian Parliament building. That's what I like to see, them big rigs. You ever go down the road and you see like a really handsome big rig? You remember back in the day, maybe some places you could still do this. You used to be able, when I was a kid, used to go by and go like this, and you'd be in the back seat, right? Mom would be driving, all just like dreaming away about whatever as she drives down the road like a woman terribly. And She's just off somewhere, and you're in the back seat, and you come up beside that big rig, and it's all just, you got the beautiful chrome and the thing that you don't even know anything about rigs. You're a kid, and you just think it's one of the coolest things you've ever seen. All the muscle, all the horsepower in that thing, it just like pull anti-whites right apart. And it's driving down the road, apart from their chains, not their guts and everything coming out. I mean, you know, you're not going to hurt them. And you're driving along and you look up at it and you're like, yeah. And the guy's just driving, some like old grizzled guy, you know, driving the big rig. And he looks down and he sees your little self down in there. And you look up and you go like this. And then he's like, and he grabs that horn and he blows it. And your mom has a heart attack. Weren't those the days? The convoy, which approached the Capitol from all sides, began as protests against, yes, I did do that to my mother plenty of times, against a vaccine mandate. But then somebody made it a law, I think, in Virginia. You can't do this anymore. The truck can't just blow the horn for kids saying, come on. Hey, if you're a trucker out there, screw that law. You could claim there was a badger in the road or whatever. If the kids do this, give them the horn, for the love of God. The convoy, which approached the Capitol from all sides, began as a protest against the vaccine mandate for Canadian truckers crossing the U.S. Do you think I could read this in like a really like salacious way so that it almost seems sexy? Let's see. But grew into a wider protest of discontent with the government's COVID-19 policies. These demonstrations are national in scope. They're massive in scale. Ottawa Police Chief Peter Slowly said at a normal pace Friday, same quote from the other story, expressing concern about the possibility of violent lone wolf individuals carrying out violent acts. He actually wrote that. Grayson, that's pathetic. Oh, no, that was a quote. No, that's only part of it is a quote. And then I guess you were just, humoring Slowly? At least we know this about Slowly. When he was a child, he was one of those slow children. You've seen the sign. But he got a job as a police chief, so it worked out. But you got these violent lone wolf individuals carrying out violent acts. What other kind of acts might they be carrying out, Grayson? Okay. The protest has drawn criticism from many sides. The Canadian Trucking Alliance condemned the convoy, the very long convoy. Nova Scotia banned people from congregating. The ladies in Nova Scotia banned people from congregating along the highways to support the protesting truckers. Good for you anti-white ladies up there in Nova Scotia. The Washington Post, a Washington Post cartoonist, don't mention his name, drew a convoy of tractor trailers with, quote, fascism written on the side of each one. What would your conservative or libertarian, libtard, or whatever they call them, or Republican, what would they do? What kind of argument? They would begin making the argument about what is fascism right now, right? Unfortunately for them, we are the only ones left with any brains and balls. So when we are not piloting jet fighters into harm's way and reclaiming the destiny for Western kind, we are able to steer clear of something as stupid as that. But they can go back to playing with their Justine Ken dolls. Let's see. Justine said Friday that the convoy members and their supporters hold unacceptable views. The Guardian report. I am convinced that that's how Justine actually talks. I'm convinced that's what he actually sounds like. And instead of a gas that's lighter than air, like helium, a gas that is heavier than air, somebody jump in with a gas that's heavier than air, that they fill a balloon with it, and he inhales the gas that's heavier than air, and that is how he's able to muster a voice that approaches the voice of a schoolboy rather than the gelded politician that he is. Hey, over here on Entropy, we have the great champion Yiz the unifier. Financially gifting, $5. Thank you so much, Yiz. Still on the road, working, but headed home shortly. Wanted to jump on the first folk tithe if I could tonight. You did. You made it with the first folk tithe. And we also have the great Piers Taylor over here on Entropy. Thank you so much. Financially gifting 10 hopping dollars all the way down from Australia, where we definitely have men in our great country of Australia. Do we not? We got some rock solid guys down there. They remind me, I see all the time, it reminds me of guys down home here in the South. It was like this, the guy, the crocodile hunter, he used to down home here in the South, and it's probably true a lot of different English speaking places, where they talk about getting the bark knocked off when you have like some sort of severe injury and blood's going everywhere. It's like just the bark got knocked off. And my father did it all the time. Would duct tape wounds shut, construction worker, one of those white guys. And I was one of those white kids with my siblings who ate because he was able to get work. But Peter wants to make sure that they correct the problem of white men getting work. And I heard the crocodile hunters say the same thing. I don't know, some animal like ripped some flesh off him and he's like, knock some bark off. That's the real men of the West. We're problem solvers and we're tough as nails. We make it happen, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to continue this conversation in just a moment. And it's going to continue being utterly magnificent.
They are not opposing white supremacy. They are not opposing white nationalism. They are not opposing white separatism. They are opposing white identity. They are opposing white people.
any argument. The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's your one and only, the sexy beast, Jason Kuna, and we are going free. So happy to be back after being so very sick and actually trying to get my breath as just today, just now, I need some oxygen. Are there any senior citizens out there with some oxygen tank that I can huff on a little bit? Why not? Why not? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out this whole electricity thing. I think we're going to be okay, though. Let me have a quick look over here, make sure we didn't miss anybody over on Entropy. And let me take a quick look over on a big hello to everybody who has shown up on Odyssey. And Truth Behind the Paywall is over there. And he writes, for over a decade, the government has been giving money to businesses that hire non-white people, and which that is so close, brother. You're right, but we all need to work on this together. And I do it too. And I'm still, even after 3 decades, putting this together. That same sentence, we have to write it like this. For over a decade, a government has been giving money. You don't have to say free, but just giving money to businesses that won't hire white people, right? Because non-white people getting a job, I want them to have jobs. I want them to do well. I want them to have wonderful home family videos of the kids that are running around in the backyard and the dog's chasing, and then you got the video, the dog, it gets all, nothing makes a dog more happy than when a person falls down or they make a person fall down. I want them to have those kinds of videos like everybody else. What we don't want is for our people to be discriminated against, right? And that's what the anti-whites have been doing. And he points out here correctly, and of course different for different countries, but that businesses can be penalized when they're taking government dollars and they aren't spending them, or they end up spending them on white people, I guess is a way we can say it at times. So yeah, definitely everything I'm saying here, folks, make sure you check it out with CNN. I'm probably wrong about every single thing coming out of my mouth when it comes to facts. So you need to get your firm facts elsewhere. That's you got to go look elsewhere, hear views from the anti-white side. And let's see. Madness here said, Miss Jason on Wednesday when he was absent from PWR. I appreciate that. So few people, we're going to be talking about this right now. So few people are able anymore, ladies and gentlemen, to say nice things about me, about Going Free, about this community. So few of them are able to say nice things anymore on any of the patriotic alternative threads or blogs or anything, and of course including PWR, because they have been terrorized out of saying positive things. They immediately get attacked. They get called, like the worst thing they get called is Jason. They're like, okay, Jason, whatever you say, Jason. But they get called many worse things. They get called many worse things, and they're so therefore terrorized us. So I really appreciate the courage for being able to say that you missed me on PWR, brother. I appreciate it. And he says, respect to you, Jason, brother. Well, thank you. Much respect in return. And so we will go over here and we will take a look on D Live. Wasn't that interesting? On D Live, it looks like I'm using that product called Touch of Gray. My hair is not gray there. It's blonde. And what the hell? I mean, I guess I'm okay with that because it's kind of sophisticated looking. Is that like a filter on D Live? It's just like sophisticated gentleman look, please. Okay, let's see. That Horatius says that money will disappear. Look at who's raising it. Oh, the money for the Freedom Convoy. Well, yeah, you need to be careful about this sort of. It's a real shame that, and I don't think I said out loud, I read on the screen while I was talking that they froze that fundraiser and until they look into how it's going to be spent. So we need to be wary of these sorts of things. And it's just like these opportunities. Very often you have just run-of-the-mill criminals who want to show up and they're like, here's an opportunity to make a bunch of money off people who are fed up and they're not going to be looking into the actual folks who are raising the money and where the money is going and that sort of thing. And yet then they run off. They buy themselves nice things. They run off with the loot. But very often it's anti-whites because nothing brings them more pleasure than to be just reprobates. Otterox is over there. Great to see you. And I see a bunch of laughing stickers over there, I guess is what they're called. But great to see you all over there as well. And I'll swivel back around here. And Marlene is with us. So glad that you are well, she writes. Well, so am I. And thank you very much for your well wishes. First, the great First Last is here. And First Last points out, say it loud, say it often. Jason's work leads out of the coffin. Amen to that. That's fantastic. Well written, brother. It does indeed. All right, good. We're blank over there. Didn't miss anybody. The great Popcorn Power. Popcorn Power is one of the few people who doesn't seem to care about these cultist thugs trying to slander. It is you, right, Popcorn Power, who occasionally speaks up over there in the PWR chat, even though these thugs are showing up, trying to intimidate you. There's the great Naderific. Okay, why is the screen locking up? Rory is with us. Great to see you, brother. Let me slide through this. I'll take a quick look at your comments on YouTube, and we will get right into the GoingFree lessons of the day. Very important lessons. I see Max is with us. So is Steve. The great Elaine Sabatino. Eric is with us. James is with us. Hello to you. And Jilly is with us. Hello to you, sister. And Alcat is with us. Hello, hello. Touche? That's pretty cool. I don't think I've seen that name before. Let's see. Cuxservative is with us. And Question Everything. Like Comedies is with us. Melody, great to see you. Dawn, Melody Dawn. T96. And what else do we have here? The great Mrs. Jess Horst is with us. Hello, dear lady. And I mentioned Frank. I do want to point out, let's get a big round of raucous emojis for the champion who will remain unnamed, who has posted all of those posters that you saw on that little interlude that we had with the music playing in the background, and you saw the posters of GoingFree and me and all over the place. That right there is an epic hero. And we're going to come back to that gentleman in a moment in that video. Might probably will show it again, and we'll be showing it again and again. This is only a fraction of what this guy has done. and it's legal, it's moral, it empowers the observers. So his time is to actually do something good for our people is efficacious. He's not wasting his time. Think about that. He's not just going out there and getting being snarky and getting a laugh from somebody who might already agree with us, and that's it. That's the extent of what he's doing there. No, he is seeding and empowering our people, changing the world we live in. That's going to be relevant because we're gonna at least touch upon in a moment here all of these poor men and women, heroes who are standing up against anti-whiteism, and they all have a great number have recently been doxxed, exactly as we said would happen as a consequence of these behaviors. Exactly, proven right. How many times do I have to be proven 100% correct? Not long after I say X is going to happen. And when I make this statement that is objectionable to these thugs that I'm going to be talking, these cultist thugs, pathologically fixating cultist thugs, they immediately pour in, slander the shit out of me, misrepresent me, make a bold-faced lies about me, to ruin me, to undermine the work that I'm doing. And then just months later or a week later or whatever it is, I'm proven 100% right. And this scum, these lowlives, they don't say to themselves, oh my gosh, I should learn from this. I should go back and apologize for being so ignorant. I should go after these other, I should stop being a thug and go after the thugs instead, because this guy's actually helping people. He's warning people. He's trying to keep people in a place where they can have a good, strong, wholesome life. And that means, therefore, that they can be effective for white well-being over the entire trajectory of their lives and beyond their own deaths, because many of them will end up not only touching lives all around them, like the champion who has put up those posters, but perhaps they will also even produce children that they will raise in love for our people, and who, as a consequence, won't turn around and hate them, which is 90% of the time or more. And if you've been in the movement, if you've been in the sphere for a long time or a short time or whatever it is, and you've seen these leaders that people look to and they're like, they are the man and they do everything right and whatever it is that they're doing, and their kids hate them, or it's their mother and the mother is some, Aunt Nat or whatever, and now the kids hate them and the kids hate the white race. That happens more than 90% of the time when you raise children in hatred for some other group, when you raise them as Aunt Nats. No, these kids will go on and will have great love. They will be inoculated for our people. And so that's what I want for these folks. We'll be talking about that. Let me run through this and see what's happening over here. I see T96 is with us. Folks, Piers Taylor, great to see you. If you have something you want to talk about, you have a question, let's make it happen, because you never know. I mean, I might just, in the middle of talking, I might just like go horizontal. Some of you may be very happy about that for different reasons. But I may just go horizontal and that'll be the end of the gathering. But as I try to get some air into my lungs, eternalism is with us. Great to see you. What da is with us. Hello to you. And we have some trolls have shown up. We have troll slayers. We don't have moderators. I think that's going to be the new name. We don't have mods. We have troll slayers. So we need to have some sort of graphic made for our troll slayers. Because talk about some badasses. All right, so let's see here. Just sliding through the crowd of champions. So great to see you all. It's wonderful to be back. There's nothing that fills me and my heart, my spirit with happiness and joy and excitement and energy like service to white well-being, because I know we make a difference. I've been seeing it for decades. We make a difference in the lives of individuals. You all have seen that here. We make a difference in our communities. You all have seen that here. In families, you all have seen it's been your families. European American is here. Great to see you. Every single time is with us. Hello to you. Kingdom of Finland. What does he say about the F-35? Once we reclaim our destiny, I'd love to fly F-35s for a white positive nation. Well, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? Very expensive. Which version of the F-35? Magnificent aircraft. Richard is here. Hello to you and welcome. Who else do we have? Mr. Bloom is here. Hello, good brother, and a big salute to you. Mr. Bloom. Mr. Bloom was actually named by this very low IQ'd AntNat woman who said that in one of the threads over on one of the PWR shows that Jason used to be based, but then this person by the name of Mr. Bloom showed up, and he had a partner called Richard Wagner, and then Jason suddenly changed. And I just thought to myself, my God, here are your crayons. Shut up, woman. Shut up. How lame. Yeah, if you want to, looks like Piers is suggesting to use the entropy link, I guess maybe to financially gift or make a comment that doesn't scroll off. Please do. It will just stay there. Nancy Drew is with us. Great to see you. Glow Post. That's interesting. Glow Post tags me as Jason, and that's not going to work. You got to tag me as No White Guilt. But ask the question, why do I wear the flag? Aren't you promoting a country that is against your interest? The United States is in us, Western kind. So we get to decide what it is. We get to decide what it means. We get to decide where it's going to go. We don't control the government of the United States. Anti-whites do. So you have to draw a line between what we make as Western kind, what doesn't exist without us, and what the anti-whites have usurped. So this flag, this is who we are, what we make. Just like the Canadian flag, I could wear that flag. I could wear the Union Jack. I could wear the national flag of Australia, any of our countries. They're all ours. They all come from inside of us. And more importantly, if you are, you have a GFC, a GoingFree club, and if you're going to put up any flags, you put up the national flag of the country you're in, because you are a patriot of that country, the actual country, what's inside of us, not what the anti-whites have usurped and turned into something antagonistic and anti-white. Thank you for the question. Fit and healthy at any age is with us. Hello, brother. Great. So is the great Jerome is with us. And Wade, great to see you all. I hear a dog barking outside. Do you hear it? Little dog outside yapping away. Add some flavor. He's yapping with a southern accent. All right. Let's get on to the GoingFree lesson of the day. Mr. Fookers is here. Wonderful to see you, brother. And, well, I'll take a quick look at entropy and see. Okay. Mr. Bloom is over there, financially gifted, $10. Thank you so much, brother, and great to see you. He says, hi, Jason. I hope you're doing well. I just wondered, what is the best way of contacting you and getting info over to you as quickly as possible. I have spoken to some of the influencers in the Groyper sphere, and they would be happy to talk to you if you're interested in setting something up. We're connected on Skype, right? So just reach out to me over Skype, and I will make a mental note right now, and I will have a look at what you have to share. Yeah, reach out to me on, I'm not seeing your name right now, but I'm pretty sure. Yes. Okay, so just reach out over Skype, and we will talk about it. Thank you so much for that. When you say the Groypers, are you talking about the Nick Fuentes U.S. Groyper Battalion, or are you talking about the UK Groyper Battalion? Which folks are you talking about? Or are there others? I don't know. But thank you very much for reaching out and trying to make a connection there. I want the Groypers to be like everybody else. I want them to be as effective as possible for white well-being, which if you all remember, when I was giving some constructive criticism when this whole groyping thing started, I said, don't go out there and say the most wild thing, because that's what ended up happening. It started, and I suggested that Nick should not celebrate the guy or woman who said the most, what they would refer to as edgy thing, and really is like the most life-destroying thing they could say. Don't celebrate those people. Celebrate the people that say things that are effective, that others can easily repeat, that will do something good for our people. And I cautioned folks who consider themselves Groypers not to just get on camera and say something wildly offensive and then go laugh and do a beer bong afterward, because potentially you're going to have a lot of problems in life as a consequence of it, and you're going to have zero effectiveness for the well-being of our people. And presumably you want to be effective for our people. That's why you're doing this, not just for the shits. So I want you to be effective. And yeah, you can have plenty of laughs, but make the laughs effective. That's what the anti-whites would do, wouldn't they? It wouldn't just be like an empty laugh that is like a one hand clapping in the forest where nobody can hear it. It is a clapping to a tree that nobody's there to hear fall. Make it something that is funny and efficacious, if that's your druthers. I want to talk about these folks that are present in the white sympathetic sphere, and who knows how long they have been present in the white sympathetic sphere. I've been around for 3 decades, and I have nearly 3 decades, and I've observed this phenomenon of white sympathetic people of various stripes being intimidated and held hostage. Therefore, the totality of the white sympathetic sphere held hostage by these folks who, for lack of a different name or better term for them, maybe you could call them like white power cultists. Maybe they will show up. What they do is they pathologically fixate on a group of people, and they demand that you pathologically fixate on that group of people as well, as a litmus test for whether or not you are legitimate. And then the substance of their activism is what they refer to as naming. So you just say this group, and then that's it. That's all there is to it. That's the activism. And they demand World War II lingo. And they show up at every endeavor, group, endeavor, approach, individual, whom they perceive or that they perceive is beginning to do well or good, or may do well or good. So it's the perception. I'm not saying that this or that group warranted that conclusion. I'm just saying that, and as soon as I say this, folks will begin to say, depending upon how long you've been in the white sympathetic sphere, you'll begin to say, oh, yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about. So just follow me here. So when these people perceive that any of these things, entities or individuals, are beginning to achieve for white people, whether it's an objective reality or not, these violent, low-life, lowbrow, unibrow, cultist freaks, they show up, and they show up in increasing numbers. And they begin at this very low IQ, low impulse control, high time preference way, demanding a very specific behavior and a very specific verbiage. And they project themselves all the time. They'll claim that this group or that group is a cult because they won't do things the exact way that these cultist thugs want them to do and speak. They have no character, these people, these lowlifes. So they have no problem saying the most repulsive lies. In fact, they love it. So they come in, and if there isn't obedience to them right away, they begin character assassination. They begin slandering. They begin intimidating. They begin misrepresenting. And then when they're not getting their way that way, they begin death threatening. And we have had that. I've had that. I was remembering, even before being on the internet, I was remembering a couple days ago a conversation I had with a group of folks in Burke, Virginia, many years ago. And this particular group, it wasn't an organization, it wasn't a club or anything. I'm just talking about a group of people. They were, several of the members were of this pathological fixating variety. And they were slandering and misrepresenting another group that was out there, because they were saying, well, the organization's leader wasn't fixated enough, wasn't pathological enough about the things he said and did. And they were right before me making lies up about the individual, just in the most sickening, characterless way. And I lost it on them. I said, you people are the problem, because you won't allow other people who want to do something good for white people to serve white people in the way that they think is effective. You people show up always to destroy if it doesn't conform. And now what I'm about to say, you all are going to know exactly what I'm talking about. You all have referred to this as purity spiraling. How often have you heard people say, they try to discourage these fixating freaks by saying, let's not have purity spiraling. Let's try not to purity spiral. Well, I don't agree with this idea, but I'm just pointing out that this was your and maybe other people's superficial observation of what was actually taking place in the white sympathetic sphere. That it was about a purity spiral. That suggests that there is a metric, a measuring stick of service to white people, that at some extreme you cede to these cultists, that it looks like what they want it to look like. But that's absolutely not what we submit ourselves to, subject ourselves to in service to white well-being. We are not on their spectrum. We are not in their anti-white narrative. We are not going to be found anywhere on that metric. So this isn't a purity spiral. This is that we're trying to put an end to. I am calling on the totality, and I'll tell you right now what's going to happen in response. I am calling on the totality of the white sympathetic sphere to put an end to the fear engendered and this hostage state that these bastards hold the white sympathetic sphere in, because this is a terminal disease for the white race. If we do not put an end to these people having a voice, to allowing these people to get their way, there will be no reclamation of our destiny, because white people are never taking back our destiny by pathologically fixating on another group of human beings, period. And this false dichotomy that these low IQ'd shits put up before you, that you either hate some other group of humanity or you are a suppliant servant of theirs. This is nothing more than a false dichotomy, because they're too low IQ to understand that the dichotomy is fake. And where they are, at least midwits, and able to see that they're putting up a false dichotomy, they love it, because they want to hold you hostage. They want to force you in to this idea that the only way you can serve white people, the only way you can serve our interests, is by hating some other group of humanity, by fixating on this group from dawn till dusk and all through the night, naming them. That's the litmus test. So what ends up happening now? Well, you get to see all of these content creators and organizational leaders do nothing. And why are they going to do nothing? Because they are terrified of these assholes, these little shits. You can see it in their faces. You can see it when I bring the subject up. You can see it in their downcast eyes. You can see it when they talk about the funding that they get from these people. You can see the fear. You can see that they are held hostage. You can see that they have to do obeisance to these losers. Well, they have no voice here in service to white well-being. And what has happened now, you can go over, if you want to see it firsthand, for over 2 years, over there on PWR, over 2 years, these scum, these cultist, low-life scum, have been showing up and slandering me, misrepresenting me, because this is what they do, because I won't fixate on another group of human beings with hate, because I'm not going to give them more importance in my story than they'll get from what I give them. They don't get to decide. I get to decide. And these cultist freaks are too dumb to understand the power in that. So they show up misrepresenting me. And eventually it got to the point where they started in with the death threats. And where are all the content creators and organizational leaders who are going to step up and say, whoa, nobody should be misrepresenting Jason because he wants to do things differently. Nobody should be threatening his life because he wants to do things. He's doing good things for our people. Nobody should be threatening. No, because they're held hostage. This is why I say it's a terminal disease. Well, what ends up happening after the death threats? They attack everybody who supports. So now it's gotten to the point in the live chat, in the threads of PWR and elsewhere, where people say something nice about me, they say something nice about going free. And many of you can give testimonial to that. You've reached out to me with it. I've observed it. They say something nice. They say, wow, this really works. People should check this out. And goddamn, we should be saying that. Because when you have something that works, you spread what works. Well, what's happening? These cultist thugs have begun attacking. They've been doing this now for months. Anybody who says anything positive, such that now you can almost see nothing positive said about white well-being. All of these different chat groups. Speak up in the live chat if you've seen it too, because I know you have. Somebody will say something nice. Somebody will say, wow, changed my life. I started going free, changed my life. And then immediately, these folks with multiple accounts apiece, these pathological fixating cultists, they show up and they start saying, oh, are you sucking some way? Are you bent over for Jason? Are you? And they just go after these people. Or you're just another liar for Jason. Or you're just another mindless, and they just go after them one after the other, intimidating them, threatening them, assassinating their characters. And then the content creators on these pages allow it to take place because they're held hostage. Because they can't say anything because they're terrified of these people. This has been nearly 3 decades I've observed this shit going on. And we are never going to get anywhere if we don't stand up to this scum. So, I know these folks, content creators, organizational leaders, they're not going to step up. So you all are going to have to step up. We used to have people come forward by the dozens. And they would talk about the changes in their lives everywhere. But they've been intimidated out of talking because of these people. Well, I say no more. If you see somebody give a testimonial and then you see these pathological freaks start attacking them, you better jump in and start slandering the shit out of those bastards. Because if we don't shut these people up, there's no hope for white well-being. They are the biggest impediment to us, not anti-whites. It's not anti-whites. We have the formula that defeats anti-whiteism in every conversation, do we not? Even their best and brightest, these reporters writing about the work that we're doing, they cannot help but speak the way we have trained them to speak and to lose the way we have intended them to lose. No, what's happening now is what happens recurrently in the white sympathetic sphere. And that is that the lowest of intelligence are allowed to have a voice. The lowest intelligence, the most violent, are allowed to have a voice. And they're allowed to hold the rest of us hostage. And then those are the people, those are the folks who decide the course that we're going to take in defense of our people. And they contend with anti-whites who have 200 IQs. Who do you think's going to win? That's why we've been losing. That's why we continue losing. Because the worst of us decide the direction we're going to take against the best of them. There isn't a hope in hell. Not a hope in hell for Western kind if we continue to allow these people to hold us hostage and to get their way. So I have a little analogy here I want to share. We're not going to be talking about puppies. We're going to talk about jaywalkers. And these cultists, what do they demand? They demand that you name the jaywalker, don't they? They want nothing more than the naming of the jaywalkers. They demand that you just name the jaywalkers, that you talk about all the times that people have jaywalked and they've caused auto accidents. People have been hurt. and they've caused pedestrians to get hit by cars because the cars are swerving out of the way of the jaywalker, and then they end up hitting somebody who's actually in the crosswalk. These folks don't understand that if you teach a population to morally and socially condemn by way of self-serving concepts, to socially and morally and ethically condemn those who jaywalk, that the moment that anyone jaywalks, irrespective of any immutable characteristics they might have, all of society will turn on them and will say, get your ass back on the sidewalk. And you can cross at the crosswalk, but you're not going to jaywalk in front of us. They can't comprehend it. And more importantly, it's not only a matter of not being able to comprehend that that is how you achieve victory and the reclamation of our destiny, but the formula to understand these jaywalking, fixating, pathological freaks is that if you are doing good for the white race, which we are objectively doing and have been, we've changed the language on planet Earth and we continue to change it. And it was language that defeated Western kind, not bullets and tanks. If you are doing good for white people, but you are not fixated on jaywalkers in this pathological way, these people will assassinate your character, will death threat you, will do the same to everybody who agrees with you until they get their way. But if you are pathologically, cultistly using World War II language and fixated on jaywalkers from dawn till dusk and all through the night, you can ruin the lives of white people. Individually, families, whole groups of white people. You can ruin their lives with your prescriptions, and these cultist bastards will love you. So that's the formula to understand the people that the white sympathetic sphere has allowed to hold itself hostage for all of these years. And the time has come for an end to be put to it. It's either going to be us, and then we are able to reclaim our destiny, or it's not going to happen at all. If these people actually cared about white people, then the good that we're doing, they would celebrate, even if they hated the fact that we didn't fixate on jaywalkers like them. Even if they hated the fact that we didn't use their World War II lingo, they would still celebrate us, but they don't. It's nothing but character assassination, misrepresentation, death threats, and I, for one, and I know many of you, are not going to be held hostage any longer. That's what I had to say about that, and I want to see what you all have to say about these violent, lowbrow, low impulse control, high time preference, cultist thugs who can't get enough of controlling the direction of all white sympathetic endeavors, even when it's clearly white positive. They hate that most of all. They don't want there to be anything white positive. It's got to be all white negative. Hating jaywalkers. Hate jaywalkers from dawn till dusk. Just hate the jaywalkers. So, talking about our successes, and I will get to your comments here that I see we have. I'm going to get to this here in just a moment. We continue to have successes, and I want to get a big round of raucous emojis for everyone who has either in concert with others or in a solo way been endeavoring, continues to endeavor, and will continue advocating for white well-being, spreading the powerful concepts, the curative contagion. They are out there. I applaud you. Even at my sickest moments, when it was almost delirious this past couple of weeks, I was thinking about you all and your hard work and what I wish I could do for you, what we will do for you, the celebrations we will have for you and all of your assiduous endeavors, because it is you folks who are changing the world. It is you folks who are going to be the reason why we recapture our destiny, why white children are not taught to hate themselves anymore. It is because of you. It is because of your efforts. When you're alone, I'm going to tell you this right now. When you're alone, when you give those financial gifts, when you're out there putting up posters, when you're reaching out to those content creators and you've tried 100 big content creators, you've tried 100 different ways. How do I message them so that they'll say, finally, you get that message right below one of their posts and you know they're going to see it. All of those moments, whether you are literally alone or it's you and a brother or a sister or comrade, however you want to phrase it, or you got a group of you working together, whatever it is, and you think it's just me, it's just this group or whatever, I want you to know that at no point are you ever alone. The spirit of the West is with you at every moment. It has always been with you. It has always been there with its hand out to you. It has only ever taken your effort to reach out and grab hands with that spirit inside of you. The spirit you name our greatest thinkers, conquerors, achievers, poets, painters, whatever it might be. That same spirit that gave life to them and animated their great works. That spirit is inside of you. That spirit is with you. And when these cultist freaks, they attack, this is what I say this is what I feel for myself. I want you to feel the same way. It's not me that makes them upset. It's the spirit of the West inside of me that drives the anti-white demons inside of them insane. So I want you to take that hand. I want you to know you're never alone. Every one of your efforts is joined to everyone else's. And we continue to grow beyond wild imagination. And we also celebrate the folks who step up when they see something that's right, when they see something that's moral, when they see something that's smart, like Mark Dice. We celebrate those people too. Because this guy has clearly become a champion for all time. And what's immediately happened when this guy is stepping up more and more as a moral actor, as a moral agent in an age of evil, in an age where the force that is destroying Western civilization and lives and liberties and all of this brought to us by Western kind and the other races, all that is desirable and good being destroyed by Antiwhiteism. This guy is standing up with his nearly 2 million followers, and he's saying, we're not going to put up with that. We're not going to have them. We're not going to have them continuing to lay waste to the world with these evil people, lay waste to the world. And you have people that smaller audiences, but nonetheless important, stepping up, like Hood Servative, who doesn't have to, this black guy, smart black guy, who doesn't have to step up in some sort of weird white nationalist, black nationalist union of, both driving Honda Accords so that they can have an accord on ridiculousness. They can come together as human beings against the greatest evil of our age. I want a big round of raucous emojis for this Mark Dice, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to listen to this.
White people need not apply because he's going to be picking a black woman, another affirmative action hire like Kamala Harris, who not only isn't qualified to be the vice president, but nobody likes.
I've made no decision except one. that person will be the first black woman ever nominated to the United States Supreme Court.
Yes, that is racial discrimination against whites, Asians, and every other race.
So did you notice what this guy just did there? Something we're all trying to do. And that is that is immediately focused on the discrimination. Now, we're specifically white positive. We're going to be talking about the harm inflicted on us because nobody else is, right? We're the ones who have to stand up against it. We're the ones who have to say no more. So that's what Biden is doing, discriminating against us. This guy right here, Mark Dice, champion against this evil of this age. That's all you can say about him, which is the greatest thing you can say about him, about anybody. Immediately, what happens? He starts talking this way, and these jaywalking, freakish cultists begin attacking this guy. Why? Because what he's doing is good for white people, but it's not hate on some other group of folks.
Because in the United States, it's against the law to turn people away from a job opening because of their race. But anti-whiteism isn't only allowed, it's...
Anti-whiteism isn't only allowed. And take a look at that meme. I don't know if I can say much more about this, what you're seeing on the screen there. So I'll just leave it there for now. Anti-whiteism.
Encouraged today in America by the Marxist Democrats and the liberal media industrial complex. And that's a term that should enter the public lexicon, anti-whiteism. Because when people hear the word racism, they've been conditioned to falsely believe that that's something that white people do to black people. And
this is amazing. You should all be just uncork another bottle of champagne to get somebody of Mark Dice's talent, Mark Dice's reach, who is championing an objection to the evil of our age for the benefit of everybody of all immutable characteristics, because he's obviously well aware of the fact that if you destroy everything that's good in the name of anti-whiteism, then you destroy everything that's good for everyone, not just white people, right? For everyone. Here he is talking about use anti-whiteism. The word should enter the public discussion. And then he even says here, he's talking about critical race theory. Listen.
Critical race theory, or CRT, only softens what's going on. It's anti-whiteism. You've heard of anti-Semitism, and now you've heard of the term anti-whiteism. Start using it, but I'm sure it won't be much longer now until the ADL and Southern Poverty Law Center will declare that anti-whiteism is a white supremacist slogan.
So, folks, I'm gonna jump to the end because I want you to see. Here's this guy's got a shirt. He's got books.
Go to your Science Proves Democrats Are Brain Dead shirt from my online store at markdice.com, or click the link in the description below. And like all of my designs, it's available in a t-shirt, long sleeve, and a hoodie, and a whole bunch of different colors as well. So head on over to markdice.com or click the link in the description below and check it out.
I'll second that. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I'll get one of this guy's shirts as well. Very proud of him. Big round of raucous emojis, please, for the great Mark Dice and for everyone who has reached out to this moral champion in concert with others, by themselves. You've had successes that you think nobody will ever know about. We love you. We cherish you. And thank you so very much for your service to white well-being. It is because of you that champions like Mark Dice and some others that we're not mentioning just yet, but some others with audiences just as big and even bigger are beginning to use the lexicon that will reclaim the destiny of Western kind. White people are going to have to get healthy if Western civilization is going to survive for everyone who calls this place home. Fact. That's the bottom line. White people are going to have to get healthy and say, bullshit, no more. No more victimizing us. No more white erasing us. No more tearing down all our statues. No more rewriting our history. No more bludgeoning and browbeating our children with this nonsense. White people are going to have to do that, or everything is going to be lost in the name of anti-whiteism. No one else is going to do it for us. But we are going to need great champions of all races to step up and side with us as moral agents against anti-whiteism, not in some weird association of nationalists against the different racial nationalists against some sort of globalist thing that, of course, will just be defined as the jaywalkers again, but as moral individuals who are contending with the evil of our age, as all good people are called to put down the great evil of any age. So God bless you all. Thank you so much. A big thank you to Mark Dice, and for just being a moral person. He's not some advocate for white people or anything of that nature. He's just being a moral person. And God bless him for being moral and courageous. How would you like to build a channel that mocks anti-whiteism, obliquely sometimes, directly sometimes? The guy's really funny. He was talking in that video, he's talking there about nasty Pelosi. I laughed my ass off when I heard that. I was sick and I laughed. But how'd you like to build a channel, 2 million subs, and then against that anti-whiteism the whole way, and then step it up to the point of being brave enough to risk it against anti-whites by saying you should use anti-whiteism? Guess where that's coming from? So we salute this guy. And I'll tell you what, I have a financier who thinks it would be fantastic for me to go out on the street with Mark Dice. He thinks it would be hilarious. It would be great for me to go out on the street with Mark Dice and do some of those on the street questions, hilarious things that Mark Dice does, the skits he puts together. Very talented guy. And this guy will pay for the flight there and back if Mark Dice is interested in that. So who knows what the future may hold. But I got a guy that'll pay for it. I'll go. I think it would be fun. And I think it would be very healthy for the nation to see somebody like Mark Dice, who influences so many folks in a way that, we're talking about the Groypers earlier getting a laugh, in a way that's doing a lot of good, and can see that this is a man who is not afraid. This is the other important thing. And I've talked about this before. We all have to be brave enough to learn from less effective approaches, efforts, etc., and to go right. And I told you all when I was in high school, probably about my freshman year in high school, when I figured out that, wait, I should never view an error or an upset or anything of this nature as like a failure. I should only win and learn. Those should be the only things. And when I was a freshman, I thought, I've got to somehow stamp this into my head. I wish my parents had taught me this. I wish my culture had taught me this. And I told many of you, I said, if you got kids, you teach them this. There's no getting it wrong. There's just learning. There's winning and learning, getting it right and learning. And if you are humble enough to get to that point, you will have victory in the end, because human beings are servo mechanisms. We have to correct over the course of our lives. So this teaching about children that getting an error is somehow this horrible thing is the exact opposite of what we need to be teaching. We all should be going right down the road in Arlington here. You got Edison Road. You had Edison, and he found more ways not to make things work than to make things work. He loved learning. You have to be humble enough to be able to learn. And what do we see with Mark Dice? At one point, he was saying something. But then when he saw that something else was better, he said, nope, we should say this instead. And this is a person who is, it's not like he can hide from what he said before. It's not like he can hide from what he said in the past. It's on videos seen by millions and millions of people. So that takes humility and courage to do the right thing then. I mean, it's damn well hard enough for some people in total silence and obscurity to adopt something that works and new. So we need to commend him for that as well. We're going to get into Antiwhiteism and the anti-white narrative out of GoingFree, second edition, iteration 2 in 1 minute. But we're at the top of the hour. I'm going to take a quick look at what you all are saying. What we were looking at deserved the time that we gave those things. We'll take a look here and we see, let's get a big round of raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen. And I love this because these cultist freaks are going to be furious. They're going to be so furious. You just take a look, dip into the live chat at PWR. They talk about nothing else but me and misrepresenting me and us and white well-being. And they get, as I say, they get most pissed off at financial gifts to white well-being because that's part of the way that they control folks. It's you have the stick on the carrot on one hand, the stick on the other. Mr. Bloom financially gifting $100 US. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. He says, brother, that story regarding that crazy woman has me in stitches. Thank you for that. Also, I forgot to mention, you're most welcome. Also, I forgot to mention that I read Crucible this month. And wow, all capitals. I don't think I have ever looked forward to reading a book every day as I did with Crucible. What a truly, all capital letters, touching and inspiring book. Thank you so very much for that, Mr. Bloom. A genuine champion in service to white well-being. What a magnificent financial gift and what a magnificent testimonial to my book, Crucible, nonfiction story of my transformation and dedication to our people, dedicating the totality of my life to our people. Thank you so much. I'm glad that it really inspired you, and I hope that it will inspire many others. Thanks to your testimonial, I'm sure it will. God bless you, brother. We also have Eric over here. Let's get a round of raucous emojis for Eric. He reached the $20 mark, 20 koala dollars from down under. Thank you, brother. Hello, brother, he writes. It's pronounced Eric. Okay. It's pronounced Eric. And just like the guy making and posting up those stickers in that video, I've been doing the same and have success. Awesome. So much that the anti-white groups here in my local city are making posts on Facebook about how much they hate white well-being. That is fantastic. Eric goes on to say, I'm only 17 years old and making so much change. Thank you. Well, God bless you, Eric. That is a champion. Let's get a big raucous round of emojis for this hero. A champion at 17 years of age who's out there finding posters, posting posters and stickers all over his city to such an extent that the anti-whites there are losing their minds over white well-being. They're saying they hate white well-being. Do you get it? You folks get it. You folks get it. Those cultists, jaywalking, cultist fixating freaks, they don't get it. But here he is pointing out that he has gotten these anti-whites in his city to talk about how much they hate white well-being on Facebook. God bless you, brother. That is a win of epic proportions. Magnificent. Thank you so very much. Let's see if there's anything going on over here, and we will keep rolling right along. We have the great White Student Transmission, another champion in service for white well-being, financially gifting $5. Thank you, brother. And he says, folk tithe plus celebrate this week's victories. and he's got a smiling emoji and an emoji with sunglasses on and some beer glasses. Thank you so much, brother. Really appreciate that. Great to see you. Rory over here says, an Englishman might describe the flag on your t-shirt as the spots and spanners. Oh, yes. Yes. That absolutely is true. Let's see. Spectarian says, do you think certain topics are off limits in comedy? I believe the British have a long history of nothing being off limits, and I consider it to be a rich part of our history. Off limits. I guess you're talking about a context, because the way you phrase the question, I have two answers for you. Generally speaking, no. Specifically speaking, yes. If you were, and then you'll understand what I mean right away. If you are doing some comedy for kindergartners, yeah, there's a heck of a lot off limits. So, and then, you're going to respect, if you're doing stand-up comedy for like a church group or something, you're going to respect their druthers, right? So, but generally speaking, open the guns. But what I have to say, though, of course, living in the era that we live in, the only thing that has been allowed, to be ridiculed and mocked our whole lives is white people and white things. So I think that comedians that make fun of white people and white things and white expression are cowards. I don't think it's funny. If somebody makes fun of me personally and they do a good job, I think that's hilarious. But you have to do a good job at it. I'll laugh the hardest if you do a good job at it. But having said that, generally making fun of white people, white things, white creation, white expression is not funny now. You have a victim in Western civilization and a tormentor, a victimizer. And I mean, could you imagine observing like an adult abusing a child, and then, because that is the power differential between anti-whites and the white population, and then making jokes about the child? I mean, it's just disgusting. So there are some great stand-up comedians out there, and then I see them make these jokes about white people, and I'm just like, you insolent little cowardly bitch. Oh yeah, you made fun of white people. That takes a lot of courage. You're allowed to, in the anti-white world, you're allowed to satirize only white people. So I say satirize anti-whites. Make fun of them. I mean, for God's sakes. They have so much to make fun of that if you're a stand-up comedian and you can't make jokes, you can't think of jokes for anti-whites, then you need to not quit your day job. Thank you for the question. Captain Penguin is here. Who remembers that cartoon? And yes, this is the real Carlisle in the live chat right now. So I know I'm talking earlier about there being a potential fake Carlisles out there, and that's these ant-nats doing their best to cause all kinds of problems because they're cultists and they want us to fixate on jaywalkers. Rundas says, is a CultNat worse than ant-nat? Oh, well, that's good. A CultNat. They're the same thing. But no, well done. I mean, CultNat, that's good. Well done, Rundas. Yeah, it's the same thing. They're pathological fixators on jaywalkers, and it's ridiculous. it is the argument that they'll make. And I guess I should have included this earlier, but the main argument that they'll make is, or one of the main arguments is, they have pattern recognition. Well, it is both psychotic and very low IQ'd to focus on a pattern that you can't do anything about. And also, when the prescription relative to the pattern has always failed and is predictable to fail, it is also very unintelligent and psychotic. I could not imagine fixating on something. You know, it's like you have this opportunity to travel from point A to point B, and you can either walk through the valley or walk above the valley. You could take the high road or you could take the low road. And on the high road, it is easy, smooth sailing relative to the low road, because the low road is through something called Rattlesnake Valley. And these people, these cultists, these CultNats, somebody needs to remember that Rundas came up with that. They want to travel through Rattlesnake Valley. And they want to point out that the rattlesnakes are going to bite them in Rattlesnake Valley. So the only thing sensible then is to focus on the pattern of the rattlesnakes biting them in Rattlesnake Valley. But it makes no sense to go into Rattlesnake Valley. There's no need. You can't do anything about it. And no one else can either. That's the other thing is this name the jaywalkers. Every elected politician, every CEO, every powerful white person, wealthy white person, every powerful wealthy person out there knows about the power of this group that they want everybody to talk about. And we are in the way we are today. We're being white erased. We're being victimized endlessly. So this is obviously a failed strategy, and no wonder it's based in hatred. Which, by the way, we have to give credit where credit is due. Many people, or I guess a handful of people, mocked Jilly when she pointed out in a live chat that many of these Antnats, CultNats, they are this way because they have non-white children or they're married to a non-white person. And instead of going free and understanding that you can serve white well-being with non-white children, you can serve white well-being with a non-white spouse. You can still be white positive even though you have life scenarios that seem to you objectionable to something sympathetic, wholesome, good for the white race, like the continuation of our people. Since they don't understand that, they end up thinking that the only way that they can have unity is in hatred of another group. They can't have unity on the health of white people in their minds because they have non-white children. So they'll have unity in hatred of some other group out there that they'll then call their oppressors or whatever. And then that's how you end up with these people having these crazy ideas about, we'll have alliances with this other group over here, a totally different group over here, because they also hate this other group. But the reality is that the group that they want to have an alliance with hates us too. So it's nonsense. Thank you for Rundas for CultNat. That's funny. We have here somebody who was trolling with an opinion that something else, I guess, maybe got deleted, and so this got deleted. saying that Mark Dice will lead back to the GOP. Absolutely not. You do not understand. You probably knew. You do not understand the power of the lexicon, of the concepts that we use. The GOP will never speak with the lexicon until none of them will get elected unless they do. Because the GOP is anti-white. So the GOP is not going to object to anti-whiteism. And many people will say that Republican politicians and the Republican Party, the leadership there is more problematically anti-white because they pretend like they care about things that are in a way a mirage similar to what people who are healthy want, which is like, we don't want any more white erasure. And so they're actually more dangerous. So rest assured that if Mark Dice is saying use anti-whiteism, use anti-white, that his suggestions here are not going to lead to folks abandoning a white positive position in favor of GOP. And when it comes to voting, folks, I'll say it again, you view voting like you view a bowel movement. And then you look at politicians the same way as those things you flush down the toilet. Fernell says, if you come to California, come visit me. You got it, brother. 100%. Great people in California. And one of the greatest of all is the magician Fernell. Lockie is here, says, good day, mate. You feeling better? Actually, you know what? I am like starving for oxygen. I should get the oxygen meter right now and see what my oxygen level is at. It's not good. I can tell. I can tell it's not good. Art Acrobats. Hello, brother. But even on what is like the thin oxygen up in the mountains, where, of course, Groundhog Fury lives, I can still outwit the cultist, the CultNats. Man, somebody write down that Rundas came up with that. Because otherwise, I mean, I have like 80 oxygen right now, 80%. So it's going to be gone in a minute. YouTube user said, we need to learn how to build our villages and ships, etc. Build from Germany, England? Well, yeah, I mean, we need to be building our own communities, lots of them. We need to build them in places, and we need to, and you don't make a big thing about it. It's just good people moving together. And we need to appear in places, whole city blocks need to start going free. So we need to be everywhere and therefore nowhere. So the anti-whites can't just go and say, well, we'll get rid of that congregation and we get rid of this one over here and that one over there. Machiavelli sucks is here. Great to see you. Ursa Major. Hello. Yeah, I can feel it. It's like a lightness, like not being able to get all the oxygen you need. So again, if I fall over, that's why. All right. Let me have a quick look here, and we will have a read. Promethean Reckoning is here. Rarely get to watch the stream live because of work, but having the vid has its benefits. Awesome. Well, great to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Open your windows. The window is open, and it's cold in Virginia outside of DC, ladies and gentlemen. We are on page 33, second edition of GoingFree, second iteration. Mean pathogen infection, anti-whiteism, and the anti-white narrative. Anti-whiteism is all concepts, ideologies, actions, and everything deriving therefrom, such as opinions, policies, laws, rules that inflict injury on Western kind and Western civilization. Anti-whites use carefully crafted pretexts to justify anti-whiteism. These pretexts are classified as MIS, the moralization, intellectualization, and sentimentalization of the anti-white desire to inflict harm on Western kind. Note, while all MPs are pretexts, meme pathogens, to arrive at anti-white conclusions, not all mis-pretexts are necessarily meme pathogens. So in other words, they can create a pretext that is like you have a nonce word created for an occasion. They can create a pretext for an occasion that they don't make into, they anti-whites don't make into a meme pathogen that endures, and they teach to they repeatedly teach to you, and they teach to each generation coming through. Does that make sense? So if anybody doesn't, this is very important, this stuff, and I need to give more time to this on the GoingFree gatherings, and will do so moving forward. I had intended to do so, but there's an oxygen issue going on. So they are mis-pretexting. It's very important for not necessarily discussing mis-pretexting with somebody brand new, with some, one of the vagues out there. You don't go up to them and say, let me tell you all about mis-pretexting. And this is one of the areas that, like these people who are just jealous of us and the success we're having, who are saying now, we need to come up with our own language, and we need to just, oh my God, the insult is never ending. But for you and for those who are going free, for those who are empowering themselves, remember, the more you treat yourself for your MPs, the closer you come to alignment with the archetype of Western kind, the more you're able to access your physical, mental, spiritual potential. And there's nothing arcane or mystical about this. This is about teaching an animal, and we're in animal bodies. This is about teaching an animal that it has limits, and those limits are actually arbitrary. And if you unlearn where anti-whites arbitrarily drew those lines for you, you can soar in the heavens. There's nothing mystical about this. It's a practice that is very straightforward and works. Why do I have to keep saying these sorts of things? Because of the incessant attack by the CultNats. All races are inherently equal. They're interchangeable. Thus, non-white lack of achievement is due to evil, selfishness of white people. Thus, all immigrants are the same. Thus, and you see how this rolls out, the mispretexting. So when you are thinking about, and this is why I have argued for so long, you do not argue with the anti-whites. And that means you don't even argue with them when they're not present. But what I mean by that is you don't argue with the arguments that they make. You don't contend with the arguments they make. Why? Because they're just mis-pretexts, moralized, intellectualized, sentimentalized reasons to arrive at anti-white conclusions. We talked earlier at the very beginning of the gathering about these academic peacocks saying a working man can't effectively go out and take on anti-whiteism. Well, you actually can as I said, even better than an academic peacock, because you know that every argument coming out of the mouth of an anti-white is a pretext to arrive at an anti-white conclusion. What does that cause in you? It causes something that we refer to technically as a thought tree, so that you are able, and this was one of the most important things when I've been creating GoingFree over the years, is that the individual had to be given a branch or bough, if you will, that has only so many options for outcomes in their head, so that they, without thinking into it too hard, without totally blindly walking down this path, they have to come to the right answers. It'll be just a handful of answers possible, and all of those options are the right ones. We needed to be able to provide folks with that, and we have with the practice. And what I do here is I list different mispretexting, again, that may or may not be also made into MPs, something that endures. For example, whites owe non-whites entry into their countries because it accords with our moral obligation to do unto others as we would have done unto ourselves. So again, this is another mispretext. Which one of the three is it? You can do that for every single case. You can say, which category does that fit into? Again, this understanding here is not for a argument you're having with an anti-white, or necessarily a conversation you're having with a vague, trying to bring them to white well-being, or just trying to empower them, where you're just going to use like 5 key concepts and these sorts of things in the conversation. Instead, this is something that you think about on your own, you discuss with your GoingFree friend, you discuss in your GFCs, your GoingFree clubs, to increase your understanding and empower yourself. As anti-whites and anti-white doctrines predominate the news and entertainment media, governments, universities, and church leadership, the anti-white narrative is the official narrative of Western civilization, the daily, historical, civilizational story within which we live our lives. Does that make sense? It is a story. It is largely fiction. It is incubated and maintained by anti-whites in positions of power, who will bury news items underfoot, or who will write them in the sky, who will fabricate them, who will massage stories, who will do whatever they have to do to make those things conform to the anti-white narrative. A fiction, almost entirely. A fiction. That is where we are forced to live our lives. A fiction where you can have Peter and decade after decade after decade of Peter Buttigieg's working in the government, saying we have to fix the problem of white men getting jobs out of their own tax dollars, and still have people in the world saying that whites control everything for the benefit of white people, and they're keeping non-white people and other self-identified victim groups down. The way we are able to reach that place is because we live in a fiction. What can you not do with a fiction author? You can't take the pen away from them. You can't reach up out of the fiction novel that they have put you in and say, I have crime statistics here. I have IQ statistics here. Look at all the jaywalkers. And of course, when we're talking about jaywalkers, we're talking about jaywalkers of all immutable characteristics, because anybody can jaywalk. I've jaywalked a time or two. I'm sure you have as well. That's what we mean when we're talking about jaywalkers, of course. They and us are inside of the anti-white narrative. Not a narrative, not the anti-whites narrative and then the conservatives narrative, it is the narrative of all of Western civilization, because anti-whites dominate all of the major institutions. They decide what the narrative is going to be. So you cannot go with them and hold up, look at the crimes, as though that's like, I was having a discussion. You're going to hold up and you're going to say, well, look at this group, look at this race of people over here. Boy, they're naughty. And I would say to these people, well, what happens once you, first of all, just about everybody is aware of that data. But what happens if you make everybody aware? Then what? Does something bad happen to that group? Well, not necessarily. Well, then how do we get to the point where something good happens to white people? Well, not exactly sure. Well, then shut up. Why won't you let me speak? So this is the narrative. You need to understand this for yourself, first and foremost. Then you can explain that to others who you're trying to bring over, you're trying to get to go. You talk about the world that we're in as an anti-white narrative. That's why we use meme curatives like hush crime, because immediately that's packed with premises that empower you to win the conversation in your own head and in the head of your audience. The anti-white narrative is fiction, and it is debunked by lived experience and unfiltered statistics. What do we do in Going Free? Rather than stay in the narrative, you all are going to know instantly, those of you who are going free. We get out of their anti-white narrative, where we wield our own pen, where we decide what the story is going to look like, where we decide what a hero looks like, where we decide what righteous anger looks like. We decide what being tough looks like. We decide what being a man looks like. We decide what resisting anti-whiteism looks like, not the anti-whites. In addition to MPs and other tools of persuasion, anti-whites enforce the narrative by stigmatizing, pathologizing, and criminalizing everyone and everything that deviates from the anti-white narrative. Conversely, those who articulate and enforce the anti-white narrative are often rewarded for these anti-white acts. Anti-whites, and I think we'll wrap it up right here at the bottom of this page. Anti-whites derive this narrative from anti-whiteism and the application of anti-white lenses to historical, contemporary, and forecasted events. We see this when I'm reading the news, don't we? Anti-white lenses are derived from mispretexts and MPs. Right? We talked about one just earlier. You saw a mispretext show itself. We don't have enough people for the jobs. And so what's going to happen? That's going to be an intellectualized approach. We don't have enough people for work. Population's too small. In this argument, at this moment, that very same author, in an hour after that writing that, could take the antithetical position and argue for a different anti-white conclusion. So you see it at work. Anti-whites use mispretexts. These will help here, especially with low oxygen. Whew. Man, who knew I was going to be doing the show from on top of Groundhog Fury's mountain? Anti-whites use mispretexts, MPs, anti-whiteism, interpretive mandates, and anti-white lenses in circular reasoning to prove their arguments. Can you win a discussion there? No, you can't. As such, lenses are rooted in a deeply concealed jealousy and envy of Western kind. They often conflict superficially. As a result, anti-whites appear to be internally conflicted and are often labeled hypocrites. And I'll stop there with the mentioning that there's nothing wrong with noticing and mentioning, pointing out the hypocrisy of anti-whites, as long as you know that on the deeper level, there is no hypocrisy, because everything they say leads to the victimization of Western kind. It can conflict here as long as out here at the objective, they're harming Western kind or destroying Western civilization. Folks, I know I don't look like your typical professor type, right? I mean, who knows how many people would give a damn about any lesson I give if I was all like emaciated and, you know, looked like I had just been my nose in a book. And some of these people, wonderful people. They could be high intelligence, and know some of them are great, high intelligence and high education, wonderful, and they're doing the right thing as well. We're not talking about those academics. We're talking about the problematic ones. I know I don't look like, but this is what heroes of the West used to look like before anti-whites gave you what the heroes look like, what you think heroes look like today. You think if somebody's going to be really bright, he's got to be screwed up and emaciated, feckless, impotent. And the reason why is because in all of the entertainment, which your subconscious mind doesn't know isn't real, that's always been the thinker. If they were going to have anybody even bother to have a white person, usually they don't pick a white person to be the big thinker. They pick some non-white person that sometimes some folks confuse as white, but they're definitely not white. But our champions, if you look back through history, I mean, these people, the brightest, were not known to be sickly, and some you can be sickly and brilliant. That's not impossible. But our greatest champions by far and away have been healthy. They have been industrious. They have, in many a case, many a times, they were great warriors as well. These are some of our brightest people. So don't wait around for somebody who is sitting in some sort of a cracked leather chair and has a wall full of books behind them and glasses as thick as Coke bottles and whatever to tell you that this is smart for you to believe it. I mean, everybody from Aristotle, probably the brightest of all time, Alexander the Great, you just go on and on. We could name people forever. These were people who not only had great minds, but those minds were in great bodies as well. And with that, we'll come back and we'll take a look at what you're saying. I'll try to get some oxygen because apparently tissues in the brain need it. So we'll be right back.
Control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
I want you to reach out in love. I want you to let those brothers and sisters around the base, let them know that even though the anti-whites wield so much power, that we are winning every contest with them and that it's only a matter of time. Tell them that they can be more than they are. Tell them that they can stand up for Western kind, Western civilization, and everyone who lives in Western civilization of all immutable characteristics. Tell them that there's a way that they can stand up for it in love with the moral high ground. Be gentle with them at first. Coming out of a story that you thought was the real world is one of the hardest things that folks can do. If you go there with a true spirit and a true heart, with humility, you're going to win more souls than you'll ever turn away. And in the end, all of that will redound to the glory of our people and the reclamation of our destiny. Man, our people are awesome. Or then that was, we got Fresnel, we got people making these bumpers, and they're just, and everybody should put their name, small somewhere, so that I can always read your name and give you credit. And so I apologize. I always want to celebrate everybody doing hard work for white well-being. And that's why I feel is like I mean, not just a little bit, but I owe it to our people, because it's my mission that I gave to the totality of my life. But owe it to you all to, work my ass off, because you all are working your ass. When you reflect on the different jobs you've had, when you work someplace where there was somebody who was just like dedicated, making it happen, didn't you feel like you had to make it happen too? Right? Because you're like doing right by the spirit of what's happening there. And that's what we need to engender. Honestly, I mean, we're getting closer and closer with these victories, one after the other, to a point where we could potentially be looking at something that is similar to the exercise of our ingenuity and industry that is analogous to what the anti-whites are able to put together. I mean, we know right now already for fact that if we were doing this for, like, if I were doing, if I were a member of another group of people and they were suffering as we're suffering, their wealthy members would show up right away. I mean, that's one of the biggest things. You take these CultNats, and for all of their criticism, for all of their hatred of jaywalkers, these folks, when one of their members stands up and is doing something that is avant-garde and is succeeding for the good of their people, they will swarm in. If they don't have money and they have intelligence, they will contribute their intelligence. If they don't have money and they don't have intelligence, but they got a talent, they'll contribute that talent. If they don't have any of those, but they got a skill, they'll contribute that skill. And if they got money, by God, they'll come in and say, how many zeros you want? How many zeros you want? So hating on them because they can work together for their well-being is infantile. It's counterproductive. In fact, it ensures that we will continue on a deleterious path to oblivion. So instead, we need to engender a people, which we're doing, out of a deracinated race. This was the debate I had with David that I won, because he was saying, no, you need to tell our people that they're harming us. And I said, who's us? What do you mean, who's us? He says, how can you not ask this question? Who is us? Because what I see when I look out into the world is a bunch of deracinated, hyper-individualistic white people white individuals who don't have a people. And when they're told that there is this omniscient, omnipotent, so all-knowing and all-powerful group out there, and they want to harm the group, and therefore the individuals that compose the group that whites belong to, their first thought is not, we need to defend ourselves as a group. No, their first thought is, how can I join them? How can I pretend to not be part of this race? How can I escape this victimization? How can I profit from this victimization? That's what white people think. So you're going to go out to them and tell them that there's this all-powerful, all-knowing group, this group that clearly is hyper-individualistic and going to respond this way? No. You do what we have done here. You have to trap them into doing what is best for the group by doing what is best for themselves selfishly. When it boomerangs back and benefits them, that they are the member of a group, they then become a people. Let me jump into these announcements because I don't know how much oxygen I have left. We'll do what we can, folks. We'll do what we can. But wow, let's get a big raucous round of emojis out. Break them out. Break them out. Because the great Yiz the Unifier has come back now from earlier. She financially gifted 5, and she just financially gifted 50 more dollars. 50. God bless you, Yiz. Wow. And she writes here, thank you for the books. Oh, thank you for letting me know they arrived. We help. Most people don't know. You know, the thing is, before I say this, I forgot to mention earlier, you were talking about like my pupils not working for a day. And wow. And the blowing the blood everywhere. The thing I forgot to mention was one of the other really weird things from this, whatever it is this, good Lord, having a real like oxygen issue, is the high pulse rate that I got for like 2 days. This really high pulse and blood pressure. It was actually like moving my body. I wasn't doing anything. Obviously, I was just struggling. But I've never experienced that before with an illness. So whatever that is. But I forgot to mention that earlier. That was fun. But we distribute, we push back financial gifts into the community every month, a lot. And I'm not going to say the exact sum, but we push back a lot of financial gifts in the community, doing, rewarding, not paying anybody, tax man. But I like to, you think of it like as the way the mafia hand out the money everywhere they walk, right? In the movies, I don't know what the actual mafia does. But in the movies, they're always like, guy answers the door and they're like, here's $50, whatever. So we push back, and that's the right thing to do. And we also do our best to help those who are helping and in service to white well-being. And so in this case, the great Yiz the Unifier is reaching out, doing a lot of work for white well-being, wanted to reach out and help there. And she writes here, thank you for the book. So thank you for letting me know they arrived. I have enough for every educator, academic, and professional coming to the event later in February. I ask for the entire community's prayers that my presentation and demonstration of the GoingFree method goes well and lights the fire of Prometheus in them so they can spread the curative contagion in their fields and universities. God bless you. And I absolutely, folks, do send your prayers, send your positive energy to Yiz when later in February comes. She's going to be in front of a bunch of folks, content creators. They're going to be getting some of them their first exposure to the curative contagion, the lexicon of GoingFree, the dialectics. We want them to become empowered, and we want them to communicate this empowerment to their prodigious audiences. And keep those raucous emojis out, because Dude Bro Moment has shown up with a financial gift of his own of $50. God bless you, man. This guy, ever since he showed up, he says, glad to see that you're feeling better. Kip indeed. I'm getting there, man. I can fake it with the best of us. All right, let me see. And then I'll take a look at what you all are doing, and I'll take a look at some of these comments. Let's hit the mailbag really quick. We have one piece of snail mail in the mailbag. And and that is from our ever reliable Randy. What a great friend Randy is. Showing up in the P.O. box all the time. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. Financially gifting $10 there and saying everything he needed to say with those $10. Taking the time to make that commitment and give that pat on the back for White Wellbeing. Deeply appreciated. Over here on Cash App, we have Art Acrobats. Financially gifting, another great champion in service to White Wellbeing. Financially gifting Pie, $3.14. And he writes here, Mark Dice stepped it up. Time for the rest of America. Amen to that. That's the right attitude to have. You know, as I was just saying about this group, you know, their members will show up and they will, they'll say, here's my talents, here's my genius, here, how many zeros do you want? They actually have in their community a word for the moral obligation to give to the well-being of their people. They have a word for it. It's I think it's tzedakah. And boy, wouldn't that be great if we had a moral imperative that said you need to give back to the good of our people because you have it since you were an inheritor of the spirit of the West, since you were an inheritor of the different languages that we have created, of the mathematics that we have created, of the things that other races have created, and we've adapted and adopted to our biospirit. Good things that they've created. You're an inheritor of all those things. You're responsible. You are beneficiary. Show it. I guarantee you, if Elon Musk had any of that sentiment, his ass would be on the phone, because that's a man who recognizes success. His ass would be on the phone and would be financing us. We would be on the move. I mean, maybe reach out to this guy. If you know, I mean, he could step it up to take on the greatest evil of our age, Antiwhiteism. We're the people who are actually naming the greatest evil of our age. He wants to go to the moon and Mars and beyond, to infinity or whatever it is, as the cartoon says. He wants to do all that. He wants to put cars in space. He's doing all of these amazing things. He wants to do all that. Well, that spirit of conquering the unknown. That is quintessentially of the Western spirit. And if he wants that to continue for the generations to come after he's gone, he's going to have to help take down Antiwhiteism. If he's able to conquer space, if he's able to conquer reusable rockets with his own money, if he's able to go out there on a limb, he needs to step it up to take on the thing that will destroy and void all of that hard work. And we're doing it here. We have the formula that works. We have the good people here that work, who are contributing their time, and he can put us all to work and a livable income without batting an eye. I saw a statistic. I saw some numbers the other day that said something crazy. I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But that if a person earned $50,000, no, was it $50,000 or $10,000 a day? Something. And started earning that back in ancient Egypt when they were building pyramids there, all the way up to the present, you'd have like 5% of Elon Musk's wealth. So this guy can step it up and also supply more talented people and know how to do a lot of things, certainly in business that we don't know how to do. He's familiar with. So where is he? Because I guarantee you, if he were a member of another group of people and we were also a member of that other group of people, his ass would be showing up. And it's a moral thing to do. It's moral that that group does that for each other. Good God. All right, let's get on to your comments in the chats and on these and on here. Then we'll see. I don't know that I'm going to be able to take any calls tonight, but I got some announcements. First announcement is that update on Prometheus Rising. Yes, we're still getting ready. Even though sick as a dog, and I'll share a couple things with you. Had to gear up and take the next step to making a sound booth. And so how are we going to do that? I mean, I looked at prices for things like standalone sound booths, and they were at like $2,000 to, what was it again? Who all did I tell? Fernald, did I tell you? Who did I tell the prices of these things? It was like $20,000, something insane. So I was like, no, that's not going to happen. We don't have that kind of money, and I wouldn't spend that kind of money. We can get great results with far less. And so what did we do? We thought about it. We tracked down a changing tent. These are the kind of things you sometimes, I guess these like little tents. I guess there's supposed to be 4 things like changing out on the beach or whatever. And that's where I first thought about, and I looked these things up and they were just flimsy and there was no way it was going to work. And then I thought, even though I had never seen at an antique mall, I can't recall. I thought at antique malls, they sell antique clothing sometimes. And if they're selling the clothing, then maybe some of them allow people to try the clothing on. And then if they do, then you would need like a little tent for that. So I searched, and lo and behold, this thing was under $100. And I got that thing, and then I erected it. Yeah, I said that. In the basement. And then I have adorned it, as you can see, with some of the finest garments known to mankind, to further dampen sound. Because, as you know, when you're doing audio, and I want this to be, this is not about vanity. The book, the audiobook of Prometheus Rising, has massive potential. And I don't want something such as extraneous noise to undermine the potential of this audiobook to teach our people about ourselves in a way that makes us a people again. So, as you hear me climbing the Olympus Mons on Mars, me and Elon Musk, we're already there. And Olympus Mons is a great big volcano, an extinct volcano on Mars. And we're climbing, and I'm huffing and puffing. And this is inside the sound booth. And so this is where we will be able to begin again the next step of doing some experiments with recording. And we will we'll get this underway, and it's going to be fantastic. So that's the update there. I also want to share, this is another meme created by No White Guilt Clips, a true champion. Take a look at that. So we'll get this up on the website so that you can download it. Let me take this off for now. You could also, I guess, screen capture it, and you'd have the live up in the corner, but we'll get it up there so that you can have that to spread around town if you so desire. And then let me take a quick look here to make sure. All right. And I wanted to share this as well. This is a meme created by Raymond Foster down under, and a little champion, a little son of the West, right there, cracking open GoingFree. Is his proud mother here? Does she want to say who this little boy belongs to? Let's get a big round of applause for No White Guilt Clips, Raymond Foster, and this very proud little boy and mother. I think I can say whose child this is, but I'm not 100%. Can I say, is she here? Maybe I'll just go ahead and say Mrs. Jess Horst. So big round of applause for these wonderful folks. Protect your children. And that right there is the first. You get this before you tell them about don't drink the poison or anything like that under the sink, because you poison the mind, you poison the body. Forget about turning up a bottle of cleaner. You poison the mind, you poison the body. This is the inoculation against the poisoning of the mind. So God bless you. Thank you so much for that. And let me see, I will come back and we will keep rolling. I'll take a look. Mr. V is with us. Let's get a big raucous round of applause for the one and only I Love Jesus Christ. The dear sister financially gifting 20 US dollars. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that. And she writes, as always, for white well-being. Wonderful. How beautiful. Thank you. Maybe instead of oxygen, I can get by on coffee. I wonder if anybody's ever tried that. Promethean Reckoning saying we need a GoingFree pop-up book. Yeah. We will make a GoingFree pop-up book. And the great Slots financially gifting again with $4.02. Thank you so much, good brother. And Slots writes here for some oxygen on me. Thank you so much. We'll get, we'll just have, I'll just find out where some senior citizen lives, and I'll just knock on the door and ask if I can have a couple puffs off the oxygen machine. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much, brother. Man, what did somebody put this hill here for? Trying to do a gathering uphill today. So what else do we have? Want to mention one more time that the Carlisle cockatoo in the live stream is the real Carlisle. However, these CultNats, these cultists, these pathologically fixating thugs that hold the white sympathetic sphere hostage to World War II lingo and this irrational fixation on jaywalkers, they, at least one of them, have been impersonating Carlisle and or claiming to be close with her, creating different accounts, and then claiming different things. So she's not going to be reaching out to you. She is not going to be claiming to be somebody who's close to herself and then sharing some sort of inside information. So when this happens, it's one of these CultNats. Block the person, tell them to go to hell or whatever it is. But that is not, those contacts are not the real Carlisle Cockatoo. She is in the live chat. So let's get to some of your comments here and there, these different places, while we have time, before this tunnel vision gets any worse. Why do you need oxygen for vision? Slots over here says, consider a hydrogen peroxide inhaler recipe for the breathing issue. You'll have to look it up since it's so brief that I saw it somewhere. Okay, thank you. I don't see any other, look, the vocabulary, the pronunciation starting to go. I don't see any other tags there. Looking over at D Live now to see if there are any tags. And I don't see any for me. Hello to everybody there, though. I'll refresh here. We'll take a walk back through the YouTube, and we will take another look at entropy. Okay, entropy is blank, and it looks like I'm not muted, so that's good. We have Bats has written, and I see William Runner is with us. Great to see you, good brother. Who else is so dedicated to white well-being that they are starving of oxygen? And I can't see in my peripheral vision. Bats writes, hey, Jason. Hope you're feeling better. I have a question, and you are the only person I can think of that may be able to help me. The company I work for has just mandated that we watch critical theory, so Antiwhiteism, critical theory-based sexual harassment and diversity training videos. So anti-white obedience training. I intend on refusing, as it is racist and discriminatory. I know this hill is worth dying on. I was wondering if you could direct me to any resources or support to combat this. I'm trying to not respond emotionally, and any help would be appreciated. Thank you so very much for everything you do. Well, Bats, thank you for reaching out. First of all, obviously, you're going to find a lot of support here in service to white well-being, and you can ask in the thread folks who are going free under this video and others for suggestions as well. You can also, I don't know how soon this is supposed to happen, but you can acquire Go Free, and you can begin going free with that practice. In the very immediate term, I would say if it were me, in this scenario, I would say that I would go to my employer and I would say, I object on the moral ground that this is anti-white obedience training. And I am not going to go in to hear about how the white race is bad or the white race is evil and that white people need to be discriminated against. I object on the moral ground that that is immoral. I will not participate. I will, however, participate in a different educational opportunity that you have here at the company. But as far as this anti-whiteism is concerned, you'll have to count me out. Now, that's what I would do. Now, I don't know your specific employer, your specific situation, how secure you are in your finances at home, secure you are at your job. Do you have a boss that will be sympathetic if things are phrased that way? Do you have a rabidly anti-white boss? If you have a rabidly anti-white supervisor, you might have to go laterally with your objection, right? Because you don't want that person isolating and then black boxing and framing your objection to others, right? So you want to make it known, I would want to make it known to more people what my objection is, why I'm going to sit this out on moral grounds, that the company that I'm working for should provide an avenue for me to be able to sit this out on moral grounds. And also that I, if they say, well, you don't know what's going to be discussed or anything, then say, I want to have a look at the material. Because in traditionally, these kinds of anti-white obedience training, supervisor, the reason why these things are colloquially known as anti-white obedience training is because they're anti-white. So if you're telling me that you have some sort of training with the same sort of angle, but nothing's anti-white about it, I want to see that material before I have to go and sit in on something as objectionable as that. You would not want you would not force a black employee or a Jewish employee or any non-white employee to go into a training where they were going to hear about their people being bad. You wouldn't even allow that to happen. And so you would certainly allow these people, and I would endorse your decision to allow them to sit it out. And so you are going to treat me the exact same way. So that's how I would also, it depends on, do you have recourse to the human resource personnel tools about defending you, or a union to defend you, all of these sorts of things. So generally there you should be able to find something useful. And please let us know how it goes. Hypnotic Tango writes here, Hitlerian cultists will ruin your life. There are only two options for members of these groups: leave and do something worthwhile with your life, or stay and ruin it. To be a Hitlerian cultist, you must cope with the fact that everything you do is in vain. All the money, time, and effort put into these groups goes into a bottomless pit. It has all been tried before. Voting or violence will not help Western kind retake our destiny. When confronted with these truths, you can either choose to confront reality and leave, or you can cope and tell yourself that these people are making progress even though they aren't. If you choose to do the latter, you will suffer from it. You will see the vagues around you go on with their lives and become successful and happy. You'll see them live the life you could have had, while you and the other cultists ruined it by investing more and more into a failing cause. Sooner or later, you'll be confronted with the truth. How many years will you have thrown away by then? Will you have a criminal record? Will you have anything to live for at all? The longer you cope and stay in these cults, the worse your life will have become. All capital letters. Hypnotic Tango writes here, leave now before it's too late. And adds this, the Hitlerian cultists are failing. Their groups are shrinking, not growing. Every year, fewer and fewer people are showing up to their events. This can be observed from both the outside and the inside. Some of these groups may start acting out because their leaders, or people lower down, know that they are failing. They may think, quote, it's either now or never, close quote. You don't want to be part of these groups when that happens. Leave now before it's too late. God bless you for that testimonial. That's coming from somebody who's experienced it and can speak to people about the dangers, the very real dangers. And it's right now it's important because we have so many young men and women that I reached out to and was slandered relentlessly, misrepresented by scum bastards for speaking up in favor of these people. And I said, these courageous young men and women going out and they're doing these very ineffective things because they've been told by leaders who are either misleaders or just making errors. They mean good, but they're just making errors or whatever it is. That these folks are going to end up being doxxed. And I know what they're doing behind the scenes. I know that they've got all these videos now that have been released. I knew before that was happening, where they're Roman saluting and all of this sort of garbage. And they think it's funny. And the vast majority of them, the vast majority aren't actually of the mind frame of these monsters in these stories. They're doing these things because they're imitating what they've been told is cool, is edgy, is funny, is the way to resist anti-whiteism. And now what happens? So I say, if you were one of those people who slandered the shit out of me for caring about these people whose lives are now being ruined, you remember that? 6 months ago, 5 months ago, 4 months ago. It's time for you to do the right thing and step up and say, you were one of those idiots and that you apologize. You're going to be a man of the West. And you're going to apologize and you're going to say, Jason was right. And if I had listened prior to that, prior to being involved, I wouldn't now be doxxed. I wouldn't be losing my job. I wouldn't be the focus of the feds. I wouldn't have FBI sitting outside my house watching my every move. I wouldn't have a problem getting a job if I had listened then. And then also, you should do the right thing. And those who continue to slander and try to undermine what we're doing here, you should attack them ferociously because they led you to that outcome. They led you. I'm talking to every single one of you. You want to make a joke. Do you remember like some of these real brain dead turds, these cultist brain dead turds, content creators who wanted to make fun and misrepresent and laugh at me for saying that I was willing to stand up for you? For fuck's sake, I'm here without not enough even oxygen in my system to be able to even see properly. Telling you all, why am I doing that? Where's the big paycheck? Where are the nice cars? Where's the big house? Where's the acclaim? There isn't none. I'm doing it for our people. I'm doing it because I care about every single one of you. And oh, isn't that funny? He cares about you. Isn't that funny? Jason is such a bastard. He's saying that he wants you to have a good life. He's saying he wants to give you the tools that apparently a father didn't give you. What a scumbag he is for that. Well, if you had listened to me, you wouldn't be in the state you're in. But you can still get a lot worse. It can get a lot worse. I want to bring you out of that. I want you to have a good life. If marriage is in the cards for you, I want that for you. You're going to be able to find a good partner if you love our people rather than hating others. You're going to be able to find a normal, good partner in your life if that's in the cards for you and that's what you want. Maybe it isn't. Maybe you'd be a terrible mate. Maybe you'd be a terrible parent, but you're going to be a great whatever. You could be a great whatever. I want that for you. But you're going to be able to find a great person if you love our people rather than hate some other people. You're going to be able to find a great partner and a great marriage and raise a family if you are busy becoming a champion and a hero in our story rather than playing some chumped up bitch villain in somebody else's story. No good people are going to be attracted to you there. Why am I telling you that? Seriously, ask yourself, how many times do I got to be right about the outcome? How many lives have to get ruined? How is it that there are still turd ant-nat CultNats out there that don't immediately get shut down by people in the white sympathetic sphere when they come after me for caring about the folks who get drawn into these different groups and then start aping bad behavior, nobody caring about them, just putting people out on the streets because it makes them look good. As far as I'm concerned, I would rather you live a great life, become a great human being, a great man and woman of the West, maybe raise a great family, but in your entire life, in total anonymity, if it has to be, do triumphant things for Western kind. You are not going to accomplish that following these failed strategies of this show of farce and nonsense. My heart goes out to every single one of these. Do you think I'm not seeing this? Do you think I'm not seeing this? And how do you think it feels to me when these videos come up? These people send me these videos, and I see these guys, these are 25-year-old guys who are sucked into acting like assholes. They're getting cheered. They think it's the right thing to do. And they're in these videos, Roman saluting and all of this other sort of garbage. And they're sharing, the anti-whites are sharing their names and where they live and who they work for. And I know that I've gone out there standing up for these guys. And maybe it was some of those guys who slandered me, whose lives are now ruined. I don't feel good about that. I'm offering my hand to you. If these folks who run these sorts of things, if they're not taking your welfare and your future into consideration with the decisions they're making, you owe them no allegiance. You don't owe any allegiance to me. You only owe allegiance to the spirit of the West. And this practice of going free, that's what sets you free, so that you can serve the spirit of the West. So everything's forgiven. If you want to come back, you want to apologize, and you want to go hard against those people who led you in these wrong directions, who led you to this misery now. We have a whole group of folks. I'm not going to mention them because I don't want to embarrass them. And this is the last thing I'll say. I got to keep moving because I really don't want to lose consciousness on stream. But we have a whole group of people that supposedly got it. They supposedly were embraced. They know who they are. They supposedly were embracing going free and understood and were exercising the practice, far as I was told. They decided they were going to be, many of them, what they would refer to as edgy. And the moment you do that, act like a CultNat, you elicit the interest of the anti-whites, the most radical. It is waving a red flag in front of a bull. Those folks don't get any joy out of coming after somebody like me because I'm not their monster. Their monster and their anti-white narrative looks a very specific way. So they decide they're going to go out there and they're going to do these waves and they're going to make these memes or whatever. And then the the anti-whites who call themselves Antifa and the rest, some of them amateur, some of them professionals, getting paid by anti-white organizations, go after them, dox them. Now they're gone. It's one thing for me to say over the course, I guess to say in these streams that, well, over the years, we've been saying this happens and then this will happen if you do this, and then it happens. And folks here and they say, yeah, they know exactly. They were there. They heard those predictions. They heard those warnings. They saw those outcomes. For Christ's sake, we have been just in the spate of doing the show Going Free, have made prediction after prediction after prediction, attacked for it, slandered, misrepresented for it, assassinate character for it, and then the predictions come true again and again and again and again. I mean, this getting to the point where, you know, I'm surprised. I'm really shocked that there isn't enough character left in the white race, that when people step up to slander the goodwill that we have demonstrated for years, that there isn't a sea of people destroying those folks who are attacking this goodwill. I mean, it's just a demonstration that there is so little character left in Western kind. Just in the span of this show by itself, much less everything else. Thank you, Hypnotic Tango, for those words. The great Azimuth Clark says here, great show as always. The community means the world to me. Glad to be a part of this number. God bless you. Let's take a quick look over here and see. Jonas is with us. Wonderful to see you, good brother. Catherine is here. Hello, hello, and welcome. Laura is here. Hello to you and welcome. William Runner says, he writes, Delta back about 3 months ago. Doing just fine now. Well, good. If that's what I have, then it'll be good to get to a place of just fine. Sliding through. Remember to tag me. I'm definitely not going to be able to see. I'm definitely not going to be able to see if you're just writing Jason. Lockie says, I've heard if you open your mouth when you breathe, more oxygen gets in. Might help. I'm sure that does, but then I would be a mouth breather like all the other CultNats. And I'll have to, if I'm going to do that, I'll have to do that off camera. Thank you, brother. Who is this? Samantha is here. Got a hell of a headache, too, that has come along with this. I mean, I don't know what that's about. But Ridgeway says, saw a post that you weren't feeling well on Gab. Been praying for your healing. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I really, every single prayer, every little bit of positive, modicum of positive energy. It's amazing that I can feel like this bad, but look this good. All right, what else do we have here? Archangel says, you know, I guess what happens is when you have too little air or oxygen, your heart starts beating hard. It's like trying to get the air to all of your tissues. So it's trying to move it more quickly. Archangel says, you can also use cheap foam for sound deadening. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, that's what I have on the table there. I put the sound foam, very cheap. Yeah. You can pick up foam at places like Walmart in large sizes, roughly $20 for a 4x8. Yes. Thank you for that suggestion. And I will be doing that more. I went inside. You know, I've gone inside there. It's funny because the blankets had dust on them and they could hardly breathe in there. So I had to take in a air cleaner and one of my little air cleaners and banged on everything, then jumped out, let that run for the night. It helped. But the sound is killed in there. I mean, it is. So for less than $100, I don't know how much better those professional sound booths can get than completely killing someone, but maybe a lot better. I don't know. I've just never been in one, but I don't know how it could get better. All right. Thank you all for celebrating when I asked for celebration. Ursa Major said maybe bourbon rather than coffee. I guess that's for surviving on my comment about coffee rather than oxygen. Victorian Time Traveler is here. Says coffee, Promethean coffee. Yes, indeed. Jerome likes jaywalkers. Well, not jaywalking or jaywalkers. The term is obviously no jaywalking. Bevokish is with us. Bevokish says maybe Jason has COVID-19 because he's out of breath. I'm going to tell you what, though. I'm not going to say I have it or don't have it because, like I said in the beginning, I said I had a 60-second video where all I said was that I didn't have COVID. Whoa, that was a moment where all I said was I didn't have COVID, and they gave me a strike for false information. Laura says, thanks for saying hi. Well, you're most welcome. Thank you for being here. This is actually getting really tough. Art Acrobat said, I've recently had COVID, and I still have some symptoms after a month. Wow, I'm sorry to hear that. But I'm functioning at least. Well, God bless you. Thank you. Yeah. Everybody, try to stay healthy. You got to be healthy to serve white well-being. We have the great Tamarva financially gifting $2. Thank you so much, sister. I appreciate that. $2 financial gift and with a little heart emoji. God bless you. Thank you. Man, who knew that you had occasionally when you live stream, you do it uphill. We have Nature's Dude. And I see Promethean Promulgation is with us. Did I mention you earlier? I can't, with the lack of oxygen, I'm struggling. Promethean Promulgation, great to see you, brother. $10 financial gift from Nature's Dude. Thank you so much. And writes here, says, $10 financial gift. And says for white well-being. Thank you, brother. And who else do we have here? We also have a $10 financial gift from Allcat. And thank you very much, brother. Allcat financially gifting here. And says for white well-being. Thank you so much, Allcat. Got a I presume that's a picture of a cat right there with its eye shine in the night. Thank you so very much for that. Popcorn Power is still with us. Good to see you, brother. Spin around this way. And we'll keep going before we are in need of hospitalization. The great Lovely Porge says, some guys are making jokes about, quote, racist bridges. Now, this, of course, is we were talking about with Peter Buttigieg. And he was saying that there are, racist bridges out there that are built by white people to prevent non-white children from getting to the beach. Pure nonsense. He said, what if there was something like that? And then he said, we have to take steps to remedy it, as though it's something that was true. Lovely Porch goes on to say, but of course, Buttigieg was not saying the bridge itself is racist. He's saying that white people are so maliciously evil that we can't even build something as innocuous as a bridge without scheming to harm non-white children. Anti-whites are projecting their psychoticism onto white people because they would, in fact, build infrastructure with the intent of harming us. They would create a scheme to deprive white people and white children from a day at the beach. Their hatred is a bottomless pit. That's why they can look at a bridge and think white people are evil. Brilliantly said. Porge goes on, thanks for shouting out my video. I'm currently remaking some of my old videos to be more in line with the verbiage and speaking within our story. We were raised to speak within the anti-white narrative. So when talking about concepts they created, it takes effort to correctly interpret and frame them. I guess that's why you call it an exercise. But the more you do it, the easier it gets. And people notice the difference. They really do. And God bless lovely porridge for being mature enough, humble enough, intelligent enough to say, just like we were talking about with Mark Dice earlier, there's a way that works. It's better than a way I did it here. I'm going to do that way now. And he's remaking old videos to be more effective. That's awesome. That's worth celebrating. What a great champion he is. Sir Bance a lot says, Jason, I would love it if you could do a video speaking directly to white liberals. And by that, of course, he would mean anti-white white people. The points. I don't think it's a good idea for white people to leave the cities, because then we are leaving the centers of power and ceding ground to, he says, the enemy. We don't refer to them as the enemy. They're victimizers, anti-whites. You could just say, or you could say are victimizers. Why is that? It seems like a small thing, but it's a big thing. The word enemy implies a commensurate level of power and the ability to inflict injury on the other. We don't have that. We have a victimizer and a victimized. So the anti-whites, they would never frame it in a way that would make us look good in some way, and we should not do it either. So continue. The problem is the majority of white people that are still in the cities are anti-white liberals. So they're just anti-white and are leaving due to institutional notions and rationalized in vague euphemisms like, quote, there seems to be a lot of crime, or the city is not a good place to raise a family. I'll come back to this. The white liberal, again, the anti-white, white person, can't seem to come to terms and put specifics to words on why she is leaving the cities. How can we disrupt this cognitive short-circuiting in the white liberal's brain? There's nothing more enjoyable than seeing a white liberal squirm and short-circuit when they make them explain in detail why the cities in this area are bad. Like a rat in a maze with no exits. LOL. I'm a true believer in turning the white liberal because I was one of them. Many of us were. Well said, brother. You're getting there. In the white sympathetic sphere, going back to the academics who used to, still keep me out and who don't want to hear what we have to say and share, don't want me speaking at their events. Their lofty events, so lofty they get nosebleeds. They have a response here. They want to talk about when white people, either vagues or anti-white white people, they talk about how, the schools are no good, or there's crime now. They want to say, well, let's look at the data. It's all of these non-white races. That, of course, is totally destructive. It doesn't make us into a people. It doesn't unite us. It doesn't do anything good for us. It's immoral to just be focused on all of the warts of other people. Instead, you focus on how anti-whiteism destroyed education. Anti-whiteism creates an environment that is permissive to criminality, that legitimizes criminality. And so if you can be, and I've said this before, if you can stay where you are, it's safe enough, then stay and serve white well-being there. If that means you can, wherever it is, if that means you can be open, then be open. If it means anonymous, be anonymous. If you're not safe where you are, you need to relocate so that you can be safe and continue to serve white well-being in all cases. When vagues or anti-whites or whatever it is, if they're trying to talk about what's bad, why they left a certain area, you point out that anti-whiteism did this, that's what they're leaving. That's why they had to flee. That's why the old neighborhood's been white erased. Let me ask you something before we move on to, I guess it looks like the last comment here. How many times? What do you think the likelihood is of success? If you have a vague in front of you, just some ordinary white person, and he or she is saying, well, we had to leave because the schools got bad and the crime got bad, and you start talking about how bad some other race is, how some other race behaves poorly. What do you think the success is of them hearing that conversation versus telling them, well, everything's bad because the anti-whites destroyed those schools. Everything's bad because the anti-whites have become permissive to criminality. That's why that neighborhood is so anti-white. That's why everything's been so white erased. You damn well know, if you're honest with yourself, that virtually any vague you talk to is going to be able to say, yeah, actually, it's really anti-white. Versus getting them to say, oh, yeah, that other race of people is so dreadful. I mean, come on. What does Biden say? Come on, man. If I lose any more oxygen, I'll be about as witless as him. Derek writes here, Mark Dice had a message on YouTube today. This is the Dice, Mark Dice video that we were playing. And Derek just wanted to point out in his message, this was a private message, so I'm not going to say any more Derek's name. But he wanted to point out that on Mark Dice and elsewhere, he says, I see your language more and more everywhere. Well done. God bless you, brother. It's our language. That's what these concepts, these dialectics are. They are our language, and we are the ones making it happen. And we will continue. And thank you so much for reaching out and giving me that testimonial, even in private. Let me take a quick look at what you all are saying. And I'm afraid we'll have to come back for calls next week, or maybe even a roll-in going free. And we'll take some calls. But thank you to the troll slayers for slaying the trolls who have come and tried to interfere with our glorious process of going free of the anti-white narrative. Only love here, folks. Only love for our race and for everyone who wants to stand up of all immutable characteristics, put an end to that which is destroying the West in the name of anti-whiteism, specifically targeting us and making everyone else collateral damage of the damage they do to Western civilization. I see 5 library tokens has been gifted us over on Odyssey and by Alt Media. Alt Media says, recent stream has been full of anger, Jason. Things are going great. Don't get blackpilled. I'm not blackpilled at all. I'm not depressed at all. I'm really positive over all of our successes, massive victories. And as I say, we showed one tonight. There are others that we can't talk about just yet. And we will be able to talk about more of them as they continue to roll out. Big content producers and other things going on, taking up the lexicon, the dialectics. We're very proud, very excited about that. So we continue to have success. Having said that as well, I mean, there's a real passion and there's a real anger when I see people's lives getting ruined when they don't have to be ruined. And there's a lot of righteous anger for those who I talked about tonight, the CultNats, who are ever present when a group they perceive as having success, and we are actually objectively having success for white well-being, and they want to terrorize it, assassinate characters, intimidate people out of sharing their testimonials of success, and hold the group hostage until they are as pathologically fixated on jaywalkers and using World War II lingo as they are, which has only ever ruined the lives of individuals, of families, of groups, of endeavors. This is a perennial problem for the white sympathetic movement that we are going to have to stop. We are going to have to deny these people a voice. We are going to have to deny them the ability to terrorize us anymore, because when they do, content creators alike, supporters alike, bright people, dumb people alike, they cede leadership ultimately. They cede direction of where white sympathies will go to the dumbest and most violent among us. And then those are the people who have to contend with the brightest of the anti-whites. And as you can see by way of the outcome, it is always and ever a failure for our people. So we have a formula in the practice of going free that defeats anti-whiteism. And we've been defeating anti-whiteism, and we will continue to have glorious successes for white well-being. That means there is only one thing now that is standing in our way, this giant obstacle, the biggest obstacle to white well-being. And that is this perennial threat that looms ever present by way of these CultNats and their relentless efforts to destroy everything that isn't fixated on jaywalkers and using World War II lingo. And to hell with every single one of them. We are reclaiming our destiny. We are not going to allow you to stop us from doing that. We're not allowing the anti-whites to stop us, and we're not going to allow you, simply because, and I'm speaking to just those folks out there, and you can change your minds at any moment. I'm not speaking to alt media, of course. Thank you for bringing up the point. I'm speaking to all of these folks. I want you, if you're one of these, or you've been one of these CultNats, I want you to change your mind. I want you to come away from that. I want you to stop being a part of the problem for our people. I want you to be part of the solution. And you can do that right here. You can even do it when you love with an unbounded love, when you serve the true purpose of our people and the spirit of the West. You can do it without oxygen. You can do it with severe sickness. But you know where you can't do it? You can't do it from under the eye of the FBI. You can't do it from being unable to get a job. You can't do it at the end of the rope you kill yourself with. Now's the time to go free. Every single one of you, make the decision today. You're either going to go free of what's out there in the world that's holding us back, or you're going to put an end to those who are holding us back. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, this is an era. This is an age. This is a day on which the sun is already rising high in the West, because we are making it so. And there is nothing, not God and the devil themselves, not the will of every anti-white and CultNat screaming and shrieking with all of their tears and tantrums, that can hold back a day whose time has come. And yeah, folks, all those who like to hate on me, even with 80% oxygen, I can still roll like that. Folks, I love you all. Let's go free.